Yo, what's up? Welcome to Fanfic TV, where stories come alive. Buckle up because today we have What if Pomfrey's mandatory first year skin found 89 curses on Harry at age 5 and Ministry arrested Dumbledore live at welcoming feast? Quick favor, if you dig this content, drop a like and subscribe. It takes just a second but means so much to us. Let's roll! Chapter 1. The skin that shattered illusions. The gleaming scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express billowed steam across platform 9 3/4, shrouding the crowd of students and parents in a dreamlike haze. For Harry Potter, standing alone with his weathered trunk and owl cage, it truly felt like stepping into a dream. Just weeks ago, he'd been sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, and now here he stood on the threshold of a magical new life. "Need a hand with that, mate?" A freckled boy with fiery red hair gestured toward Harry's trunk. "Those things are right beastly to manage alone." "Thanks," Harry said, relieved. "I'm Harry. Harry Potter." The red-headed boy's eyes widened. "Blimey, are you really?" "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." As they heaved the trunk onto the train, Harry felt a strange lightness in his chest. A friend. He'd made an actual friend. The sensation was so unfamiliar it almost hurt. The journey to Hogwarts passed in a blur of chocolate frogs, trading cards, and Ron's stories of the wizarding world. When a bushy-haired girl named Hermione Granger poked her head into their compartment looking for a toad, Harry felt another strange twinge, not belonging exactly, but possibility. The more distance the train put between him and Privet Drive, the more a peculiar sensation grew within him, like something tight was gradually loosening around his chest. By the time they reached Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt slightly feverish. His skin prickled uncomfortably beneath his robes. An occasional dizziness washed over him. "You all right, Harry?" Ron asked as they climbed into one of the small boats that would carry them across the lake. "You look peaky." "I'm fine," Harry lied, not wanting to draw attention. "Just excited." As the fleet of boats glided across the black water, Hogwarts Castle came into view, a magnificent structure of towers and turrets silhouetted against the starry sky. A collective gasp rose from the first years. Harry's breath caught too, but a sudden stabbing pain behind his eyes made him wince. "Magnificent, isn't it?" whispered Hermione from the boat behind them. Harry could only nod, afraid that if he opened his mouth, he might be sick. Something wasn't right. The closer they got to the castle, the worse he felt. His scar burned as if someone were pressing a hot iron against it. When they finally disembarked and climbed the stone steps to the castle entrance, Harry was sweating profusely. A tall, severe-looking witch in emerald green robes greeted them with a stern expression. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Professor McGonagall. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but first you must be sorted into your houses." As she led them through the entrance hall, Harry swayed slightly on his feet. The castle itself seemed to be humming around him, a vibration he could feel in his bones. "Potter," McGonagall said sharply, noticing his pallor. "Are you unwell?" All eyes turned to him. Harry opened his mouth to answer but found he couldn't speak. The humming intensified, and suddenly his scar erupted in white-hot pain. He clutched at his forehead, knees buckling. "I'll take him to the hospital wing," McGonagall said decisively. "The rest of you wait here." "Prefects." Two older students stepped forward. "Percy Weasley, please inform the headmaster that I've taken Potter to see Madame Pomfrey. Miss Clearwater, stay with the first years until I return." McGonagall's firm hand on his shoulder was the only thing keeping Harry upright as she guided him through the corridors. His vision swam, the castle walls seeming to pulse around him. "Almost there, Potter," she murmured, her brisk tones softening slightly. "Just a bit further." The hospital wing was a long room lined with beds. A matronly witch in a crisp apron hurried toward them, her face creased with concern. "Minerva? What's happened?" "Potter seems to be having some kind of reaction, Poppy. He nearly collapsed in the entrance hall." Madame Pomfrey clucked her tongue, guiding Harry to the nearest bed. "Sit down, dear. Let me have a look at you." She waved her wand over him in a complex pattern, muttering incantations. A faint blue glow surrounded Harry briefly, then shifted to a sickly yellow. She frowned. Elevated heart rate fever. Could be simple exhaustion or anxiety, but... She trailed off, casting another, more intricate spell. This time, a shimmering dome of light encased Harry entirely. Within seconds, the light changed color, not to a single shade but fracturing into dozens of different colored threads that wound around his body like a complex web. Pomfrey's face strained of color. "Minerva," she whispered. "Get Filius and Severus immediately. And perhaps Amelia Bones from the ministry." McGonagall stared at the web of light. "Poppy, what am I seeing? I've never, in all my years..." Pomfrey seemed unable to find words. "These are cursed signatures, Minerva. Dozens of them, layered and interconnected. I've only seen something like this once before, on an artifact recovered from a tomb in Egypt." "Curses? On a child?" McGonagall's voice was barely audible. "Not just curses. Compulsions, memory charms, magical bindings, tracking spells. I need to document this before we do anything else." Pomfrey conjured a quill and parchment that began recording on their own as she meticulously examined each colored thread. Harry, still wrapped in the revealing spell, watched with growing horror. "What's happening to me?" "Mr. Potter," Madame Pomfrey said gently, "you have been subjected to extensive magical tampering. Some of these spells appear to have been cast years ago, while others are quite recent." "But who would that?" said Professor McGonagall tightly. "Is precisely what we intend to find out." Her usually composed face had hardened into a mask of fury. "Rest assured, Mr. Potter, whoever is responsible will answer for this." The hospital wing doors burst open as Professor Flitwick, the tiny charms master, hurried in with Professor Snape at his heels. Both stopped short at the sight of Harry enveloped in the web of colored light. "Dear Merlin," breathed Flitwick. Snape's face remained impassive, but his eyes narrowed dangerously. "Diagnostic revelation charm?" Pomfrey nodded. "Standard first-year medical scan. I've never seen a reaction like this." Snape approached cautiously, his dark eyes studying the pattern of lights. "Some of these are dark arts signatures." "Old ones?" His gaze flickered to Harry's forehead. "That particular binding around his scar, it's containing something." "Not just containing," Flitwick squeaked, his scholarly expertise overcoming his shock. "See how that purple strand connects to the limitation bindings on his magical core? It's siphoning power." "Siphoning?" McGonagall repeated incredulously. "To what end?" "More importantly," Snape said softly, "to whom does it flow? I've counted 89 distinct magical signatures so far," Pomfrey reported, her voice shaking slightly. "Many are linked. Remove one improperly, and others could trigger catastrophically." Harry felt as if he were floating outside his body, watching this nightmare unfold. Is that why I always felt strange? Weak sometimes? Why the Dursleys could... He trailed off, but McGonagall's sharp intake of breath suggested she'd understood the unspoken implication. "Potter," Snape said, his voice unusually even, "how exactly did your Muggle relatives treat you?" The question, coming from the intimidating potions master, made Harry flinch. They didn't want me. Made that clear. My cousin got everything, and I got..." He gestured vaguely at his oversized clothes. "I slept in the cupboard under the stairs until my Hogwarts letter came." A vein throbbed in McGonagall's temple. "Albus assured me you were being well treated." "Albus?" Snape's head snapped up. "What exactly did Albus tell you about Potter's living situation?" "That he was safe. That blood wards protected him from dark wizards." McGonagall's voice had gone dangerously quiet. "That he was growing up loved and cared for, away from the fame and pressures of being the boy who lived." Flitwick cast another revealing charm, this one specifically targeting magical signatures. Parts of the web around Harry glowed with a distinctive magical fingerprint. "Merlin's beard," he squeaked. "These core bindings, this compulsion network, these are Albus's signatures." The silence that followed was absolute. Check again, McGonagall finally whispered. There's no mistake, Flitwick said grimly. I've worked alongside the man for decades. I'd recognize his magical signature anywhere. Harry's mind reeled. The kindly old headmaster who'd greeted him so warmly in his letters was responsible for this. But why would he? The hospital wing doors opened again, and a square-jawed witch with short gray hair strode in, followed by two official-looking wizards in crimson robes. Amelia! McGonagall nodded stiffly. Thank you for coming so quickly. Your Patronus message sounded urgent, Minerva. Amelia Bones surveyed the scene, her monocle gleaming in the light of the diagnostic spell still surrounding Harry. Explain what I'm seeing. Madam Bones, this is Harry Potter, McGonagall said. During his routine medical scan, Poppy discovered he's been subjected to 89 distinct curses, compulsions, and bindings. Many bear Albus Dumbledore's magical signature. Bones's face remained impassive, but her eyes hardened. Aura Shacklebolt secured the Great Hall. Aura Robarts sent for a team from the Department of Mysteries. No one enters or leaves the castle without my authorization. She turned to the Hogwarts staff. I need detailed documentation of every spell detected, magical signature analyses, and a memory copy from each of you regarding this discovery. She looked at Harry, her stern expression softening slightly. Mr. Potter, I'm Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. What's happening is deeply irregular, but I promise you we will get to the bottom of it. Harry, still dazed, could only nod. The web of lights continued to pulse around him, a physical manifestation of the violations he'd unknowingly endured. Madame Pomfrey had completed her preliminary documentation. 89 distinct magical effects. 43 bear Albus Dumbledore's signature. 12 match Lily Potter's magical imprint, protective charms primarily. 3 contain traces of you-know-who's magic, centered on the scar. The remaining 31 have various signatures, some unknown. Categories? Bones prompted. 27 compulsion charms targeting emotional responses, specifically designed to create aversion to Slytherin House, blind loyalty to Dumbledore, distrust of authority figures excluding Dumbledore, and a peculiar affinity for the Weasley family. Pomfrey frowned at her notes. Ron's family? Harry felt a fresh wave of nausea. Was his first friendship on the train just another manipulation? 18 magical bindings restricting his core capacity, currently allowing access to approximately 15% of his natural magical strength. 14 memory blocks. 8 tracking charms. 7 behavioral modification spells, including one that dampens self-preservation instincts. 4 nutrient absorption inhibitors that essentially ensure permanent malnourishment. 3 blood wards tied to his maternal protection, which appeared to have been corrupted to feed information to external sources. The remaining spells include various health impediments, including one that deliberately impairs his vision beyond his natural myopia. My glasses, Harry whispered. He made my eyesight worse on purpose? It would seem so, Mr. Potter, Madam Bones said quietly. The question is why? The sorting, McGonagall remembered suddenly. The other first years, will have to wait, Bones said firmly. This takes precedence. Aura Shacklebolt will inform the Great Hall that there's been a delay. The sorting hat, Flitwick suggested. It could be brought here. The hat's magic is among the oldest in the castle, independent of the headmaster's authority. Bones nodded. Make it so. Mr. Potter should at least have the chance to be sorted while we untangle this situation. McGonagall left briefly, returning with the ancient, patched wizard's hat. Harry recalled Hagrid's excitement about the sorting, another moment now tainted by suspicion. Was the friendly gamekeeper part of the deception too? Madame Pomfrey carefully dispelled the diagnostic web before McGonagall placed the sorting hat on Harry's head, mindful of the still painful scar. Well, a small voice said in his ear. What have we here? A mind tampered with, locked away from itself. Bindings upon bindings. How curious that he thought he could hide you from me. I see all, young Potter, even what's been suppressed. You can see past the spells? Harry thought desperately. Indeed. The Founder's magic flows through me, beyond the reach of any modern wizard, even one as powerful as Dumbledore. I see your true nature, unclouded by his manipulations. You have courage in abundance, yes, but also cunning, intelligence, and such loyalty to those who earn it. Where to put you, where to put you? Not where he wants me. Harry thought fiercely. Wherever I'm truly meant to be. Well said. In that case, Ravenclaw. The Hat shouted the last word to the room. McGonagall looked startled, while Flitwick beamed despite the grim circumstances. Snape's expression was unreadable. Well, Madam Bones said briskly. That's settled then. Professor Flitwick, as Mr. Potter's new head of house, you have additional responsibilities in this situation. Now, shall we proceed to the Great Hall? I believe we have an arrest to make. Arrest? Harry's voice cracked. You're really going to arrest Dumbledore? Just like that? Mr. Potter, Bones said gravely. There is nothing just like that about this situation. The magical violations documented on your person constitute crimes of the highest order. The evidence is irrefutable. Magical signatures cannot be forged or falsified. They are as unique as Muggle fingerprints. What has been done to you is not merely illegal, it's unconscionable. Snape conjured a mirror, holding it before Harry. Potter, look at yourself. Really look. Harry stared at his reflection. Without the diagnostic spell, he appeared normal enough, small for his age, painfully thin, with untamable black hair and his distinctive lightning scar. But as he looked closer, he noticed subtle details, how his pupils seemed to contract unevenly when focusing, the unnatural paleness of his skin, the way his shoulders hunched inward as if permanently cowed. Were these also results of the spells? We need to move quickly, Bones decided. If Dumbledore senses something amiss, he might flee. Potter, can you walk? Harry nodded, though his legs felt rubbery. Determination pushed through his confusion and fear. He needed, to face the man who had done this to him. Then let's proceed to the Great Hall. The Great Hall fell silent as the strange procession entered through the main doors. The sorting and feast had been delayed, leaving hundreds of students seated at 4 long tables, their conversations dying away at the sight of Madam Bones and her aurors flanking Harry and the Hogwarts professors. At the high table, Albus Dumbledore rose from his golden chair, his long silver beard gleaming in the candlelight, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Harry felt a sudden wave of vertigo as one of the compulsion charms activated, urging him to trust the grandfatherly figure, to seek his approval. Now conscious of the manipulation, Harry fought against it, nausea rising in his throat. Amelia. Dumbledore greeted warmly. This is an unexpected pleasure. I see you've found our missing first year. His gaze shifted to Harry, and for an instant, so brief Harry almost missed it, something calculating flashed behind the twinkling facade. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Bones's magically amplified voice echoed through the hall. By the authority vested in me as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I am placing you under arrest for multiple violations of the magical rights of a minor, illegal use of compulsion charms, magical binding without consent of guardian or Wisengamot order, tampering with magical heritage, and suspicion of line theft. A collective gasp swept through the hall. At the high table, several professors half rose from their seats in shock. Dumbledore himself showed only mild surprise, as if Bones had commented on an unexpected change in the weather. My dear Amelia, he said calmly, there must be some misunderstanding. Perhaps we could discuss this privately in my office? There will be no private discussions, Albus. McGonagall cut in, her Scottish brogue more pronounced in her anger. Not after what we've discovered. 89 curses, compulsions, and bindings on a child you swore was being protected. A ripple of horrified whispers spread through the student body. Harry felt hundreds of eyes upon him but forced himself to stand tall. Dumbledore's pleasant expression never wavered, but something cold and calculating entered his gaze. I have always acted in Harry's best interest, and indeed, in the best interest of the entire wizarding world, he said softly. There are factors at play beyond your understanding, Minerva. Surrender your wand, Dumbledore. Bones commanded, her own wand now pointed directly at the headmaster's chest. The Aurors fanned out, taking strategic positions. For a moment, Harry thought Dumbledore might resist. Power seemed to radiate from the old wizard, a subtle reminder of why he was considered the greatest sorcerer of the age. Then, with a slight nod, Dumbledore withdrew his wand, long and ornately carved, and handed it to Aurors Shacklebolt. I will, of course, cooperate fully, he said mildly. Though I must insist that my actions be judged in their proper context. You'll have ample opportunity to explain yourself before the Wisengamot, Bones replied coldly. Aurors, secure the suspect. As magical restraints were placed on Dumbledore's wrists, specialized cuffs that glowed with runic patterns to suppress magic, the great hall erupted in chaos. Students shouted questions, professors tried to restore order, and at the Gryffindor table, Ron Weasley stared at Harry with an expression of complete bewilderment. Sonorous, Professor McGonagall cast, amplifying her voice. Silence! The hall quieted immediately. Students, these are extraordinary circumstances, but we will maintain order. Prefects, you will escort your houses to their dormitories immediately. The sorting ceremony will resume tomorrow morning. Food will be sent to your common rooms. Her stern gaze swept the hall. Any student found outside their dormitory tonight will face severe consequences. As the prefects began organizing their houses, Dumbledore spoke again, his voice carrying effortlessly despite the lack of magical amplification. Harry, he said softly, those blue eyes finding the boy's green ones across the hall. I know you feel betrayed now, but one day you will understand. Everything I've done was necessary, for the greater good. Something in those last 3 words sent a chill through the hall. Harry felt a strange pressure in his mind, like fingers probing gently but insistently at his thoughts. Instinctively, he looked away, breaking the connection. No further communication with the minor, Dumbledore. Bones snapped. Aurors, remove him from the premises. As they led Dumbledore away, Harry noticed Snape watching the headmaster with an inscrutable expression. Their eyes met briefly, and Harry was surprised to see not contempt but something like grim vindication in the potion's master's gaze. The students began filing out, casting curious and frightened glances at Harry. Hermione Granger paused as she passed, her face filled with concern. Are you really all right, Harry? 89 curses sounds absolutely dreadful. Before Harry could answer, Professor Flitwick intervened. Miss Granger, while your concern is commendable, Mr. Potter needs rest and privacy. Off you go now. When the hall had emptied of students, only the staff, Harry, and the ministry officials remained. Harry swayed slightly, exhaustion finally catching up with him. The boy needs rest, Madame Pomfrey declared. The diagnostic spells alone would tire a full-grown wizard, not to mention the emotional strain. Of course, Bones agreed. But first, Potter, has Dumbledore spoken to you privately at any point? Before today? Harry shook his head. No, ma'am. I only knew about him from what Hagrid told me and from his letter. Hagrid? Bones raised an eyebrow. Rubeus Hagrid, our gamekeeper, McGonagall explained. Albus sent him to deliver Potter's Hogwarts letter and escort him to Diagon Alley. Not a professor? Or you, as deputy headmistress? Albus insisted Hagrid was the appropriate choice, McGonagall said tightly. I questioned the decision but deferred to his judgment. A mistake I deeply regret. Bones made a note. We'll need to interview Hagrid as well. Now, regarding Potter's immediate care, I'll take responsibility for the lad tonight, Flitwick volunteered. As his head of house, I can prepare a secure room adjacent to the Ravenclaw dormitories. Given the circumstances, I don't think it wise for him to join the other first years immediately. Agreed, Bones nodded. And the curse breaking? The team from the Department of Mysteries should arrive by morning. Aura Robards reported. We'll need specialized curse breakers for something this complex. I have some expertise in the area, Snape said unexpectedly. With Poppy's assistance, I could begin analyzing the simpler compulsions tonight. You? Harry couldn't help asking. Snape's lip curled slightly. Despite what you may have been led to believe, Potter, I am a qualified expert in dark arts countermeasures. Your father and I had history. But I swore an oath to your mother that transcends old grudges. Another piece of information Dumbledore had apparently kept from him. Harry nodded cautiously. Thank you, sir. Bill Weasley, McGonagall suggested suddenly. He was one of our most talented students, now working as a curse breaker for Gringotts. We could request his assistance, discreetly of course. Make the arrangements. Bones approved. Potter needs the best experts we can assemble. She turned to Harry directly. Mr. Potter, I know this is overwhelming, but I need to ask, do you have any questions before we proceed? 1,000 questions swirled through Harry's mind, but one pushed forward with urgency. Why? Why would Dumbledore do this to me? The adults exchanged glances. Control, Snape said finally. The pattern of spells suggests he was shaping you, Potter. Creating a weapon or a tool, not nurturing a child. But for what purpose? That, Madame Bones said grimly, is precisely what we intend to discover. For now, let's get you settled. Tomorrow will bring answers, and the beginning of your recovery. The room Professor Flitwick prepared was small but comfortable, with a four-poster bed draped in Ravenclaw blue, a crackling fireplace, and a large window overlooking the lake. Despite his exhaustion, Harry found sleep elusive. His mind replayed the events of the day in an endless loop, the diagnostic spell's web of colored light, the shock on the professors' faces, Dumbledore's arrest, the strange sensation of compulsion charms activating even as he fought them. A soft knock at the door startled him from his thoughts. Mr. Potter? May I come in? Professor Flitwick's squeaky voice called. Yes, sir, Harry answered, sitting up in bed. The diminutive professor entered, levitating a tray with a steaming cup of something that smelled like chocolate and herbs. Madame Pomfrey sent this, hot chocolate with a mild calming draught. It will help you sleep without suppressing your natural magical recovery. Harry accepted the cup gratefully, taking a cautious sip. Warmth spread through him instantly, easing some of the tension from his muscles. Professor, he asked hesitantly, what happens now? Flitwick settled into a chair beside the bed, his feet dangling above the floor. In the immediate term, we focus on your health and recovery. The curse-breaking team will arrive tomorrow to begin safely removing the magical bindings. It must be done carefully, as some may have failsafes or trigger cascading effects if removed improperly. And Dumbledore? He will face investigation and trial. The evidence against him is substantial, but Albus Dumbledore is not merely a powerful wizard, he's a powerful political figure with many allies. The Wizengamot will not rush to judgment, even with such damning evidence. Harry stared into his cup, watching the steam rise in lazy spirals. Everyone seemed so shocked. Was he really considered a good person before this? Flitwick sighed, a surprisingly heavy sound from such a small person. Albus Dumbledore has been the figurehead of the light for over 50 years. He defeated the Dark Lord Grindelwald in 1945, founded the Order of the Phoenix to fight you-know-who, championed Muggleborn rights, and has been venerated as the greatest wizard of our age. His fall from grace will shake the very foundations of wizarding society. The Order of the Phoenix? A secret organization Dumbledore created to fight against you-know-who during the war. Your parents were members. Flitwick's expression softened. They were extraordinary people, Harry. Brilliant, brave, and kind. Your mother was one of my favorite students, a natural at charms. Harry's throat tightened. Did they know? About what Dumbledore was doing to me? I cannot imagine they would have permitted it. Flitwick said firmly. The protective spells we found bearing your mother's magical signature were just that, protective. They were designed to shield, not to bind or control. Whatever Albus did, I believe he acted without their knowledge or consent. Relief washed through Harry, followed by a fresh wave of anger at Dumbledore. Not only had the man cursed him, but he'd betrayed Harry's parents' trust as well. There's something else you should know. Flitwick continued carefully. The Sorting Hat's decision to place you in Ravenclaw is significant. According to Madame Pomfrey's analysis, several of the compulsion charms were specifically designed to ensure you would choose Gryffindor and reject Slytherin outright. The hat mentioned that. Harry recalled. It said it could see past the spells. Indeed. The Founder's magic is ancient and powerful, beyond even Dumbledore's ability to manipulate completely. Flitwick smiled slightly. The hat placed you according to your true nature, not according to Dumbledore's design. That's your first victory, Mr. Potter, small, perhaps, but meaningful. Harry considered this, feeling an unexpected spark of satisfaction. He'd thwarted Dumbledore's plan in at least this small way. Professor, he said slowly, how dangerous is it? Having all these curses removed? Flitwick didn't sugarcoat his answer. There is risk involved. Some of these spells have been layered upon you since infancy, becoming integrated with your magical development. Removing them improperly could cause magical shock or worse. However, he added, seeing Harry's expression, we have assembled the finest experts in the field. The team from the Department of Mysteries includes specialists who have dealt with ancient Egyptian curses that make Dumbledore's work seem crude by comparison. And afterward? What will happen to me then? The professor's expression grew troubled. That remains to be determined. Your magical guardianship will need to be reassigned, as Dumbledore clearly abused that position. Your Muggle relatives have proven unsuitable as well. There are procedures for such situations, but they take time. I don't want to go back to the Dursleys, Harry said, a note of panic entering his voice. Ever. And you won't, Flitwick assured him firmly. On that point, I believe all parties are in agreement. But let's not worry about long-term arrangements tonight. For now, focus on rest and recovery. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges. Harry nodded, feeling the calming draft beginning to take effect. His eyelids grew heavy. One last thing, Professor, he murmured sleepily. Why Ravenclaw? Why did the hat put me here? Flitwick smiled, adjusting the blankets around Harry. The hat sees what's in our hearts and minds, Mr. Potter. Ravenclaws value intelligence, yes, but also wisdom, creativity, and individuality. We seek knowledge not for power or advantage, but for its own sake. We question, we explore, we discover. His voice grew gentler. Perhaps what the hat saw in you was not just the potential for learning, but the deep desire to understand, to know the truth, even when that truth is painful. As Harry drifted toward sleep, he thought that sounded right. After a lifetime of lies and half-truths, what he wanted most was honesty. The truth about his parents, about Voldemort, about himself. No more secrets, no more manipulations. No more living someone else's plan for his life. Harry woke to pale sunlight streaming through the window, and the disorienting sensation of being in an unfamiliar place. For a moment, he thought he was back in his cupboard at Privet Drive, but the comfortable bed and blue hangings quickly reminded him of reality. Hogwarts. Ravenclaw. Dumbledore's arrest. He sat up, reaching automatically for his glasses on the bedside table. As he put them on, he noticed something odd. His vision seemed blurrier than usual, the glasses somehow wrong. He removed them, rubbing his eyes, and was shocked to discover that he could see more clearly without them. The door opened, and Madame Pomfrey bustled in with a breakfast tray. Good morning, Mr. Potter. How are you feeling today? My glasses, Harry said, confused. They're making my vision worse, not better. Pomfrey nodded briskly. Not surprising. One of the curses we identified was specifically designed to progressively damage your eyesight. With the diagnostic spell breaking the initial layers of enchantment, your natural healing capabilities have already begun addressing the artificial impairment. She set down the tray and produced her wand. Let me perform a quick examination. After a series of diagnostic charms, she looked satisfied. Your body is already beginning to fight back against the suppressive magic. It's a good sign, though we must proceed cautiously. Eat your breakfast, you'll need your strength today. Harry obediently began on the porridge and toast, finding himself ravenously hungry. What's happening today? The team from the Department of Mysteries arrived at dawn. She informed him. They're setting up a specialized ritual space in the hospital wing for the curse-breaking procedure. Bill Weasley arrived by international portkey from Egypt an hour ago and is reviewing our findings. Bill Weasley? Ron's brother? Indeed. One of Gringotts' finest curse-breakers, despite his youth. He was quite shocked by the situation but immediately agreed to help. Harry hesitated, then asked the question that had nagged at him since last night. Madame Pomfrey, one of the compulsions was about the Weasley family. Does that mean, was my meeting Ron on the train? Pomfrey's expression softened. The compulsion charm was designed to make you favorably disposed toward the Weasley family as a whole, not to manufacture specific encounters. Whether your meeting young Mr. Weasley was orchestrated or coincidental remains unclear. But, she added gently, the charm would only enhance natural feelings, not create them from nothing. Any friendship that develops would still be based on genuine compatibility. That was somewhat reassuring, though Harry still felt unsettled. How many of his thoughts and feelings were truly his own? After breakfast, Professor Flitwick arrived to escort him to the hospital wing. The corridors were mercifully empty. Classes had apparently been suspended for the day, but Harry could feel the weight of curious stares from portraits as they passed. The hospital wing had been transformed. The beds had been pushed to the walls, and in the center of the room stood an intricate circular design drawn on the floor with what looked like silver powder. Runic symbols formed concentric rings around a central space large enough for a person to lie down. A group of witches and wizards in grey robes stood consulting with Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and a tall young man with long red hair tied back in a ponytail, a fawn earring dangling from one ear. This must be Bill Weasley, Harry realized. Ah, Mr. Potter! One of the grey-robed figures greeted him, a severe-looking witch with iron-grey hair. I am Unspeakable Croaker, head of the Department of Mysteries Curse-Breaking Division. These are my colleagues. She gestured to the other grey-robed figures, who nodded but did not introduce themselves. We've analyzed the diagnostic records and developed a procedure to safely remove the magical constraints placed upon you. It won't be a single process, Bill Weasley added, stepping forward with a friendly smile that reminded Harry of Ron. We'll need to work in stages, removing the outermost layers first, then working our way inward to the core bindings. Will it hurt? Harry asked bluntly. There will be discomfort, Unspeakable Croaker acknowledged. As the bindings are released, your magic and body will undergo significant adjustments. However, we'll provide pain relief potions and monitoring charms throughout the process. The alternative, Snape interjected smoothly, is far worse. Left in place, these curses would continue to damage your magical core and physical development. Some are already showing signs of degradation, which could lead to catastrophic failure. Catastrophic how? The adults exchanged glances. Magical backlash, Bill explained. When powerful spells fail, especially binding spells, the released energy can cause severe damage to the bearer. In extreme cases, well, let's just say it's better to remove them in a controlled manner. The implication was clear: leave the curses in place, and they might eventually kill him. What do I need to do? Harry asked, squaring his shoulders. For this first session, simply lie in the center of the ritual circle, Croaker instructed. We'll focus on removing the superficial tracking charms, behavioral compulsions, and the vision-impairing curse. These are the least integrated with your core magic and thus the safest to address first. Harry nodded, stepping carefully into the circle and lying down as directed. The silver powder glinted in the morning light streaming through the high windows. We'll begin with a stabilizing potion, Madame Pomfrey said, approaching with a small vial of blue liquid. This will help your body adjust to the magical fluctuations. Harry drank the potion, which tasted faintly of mint and something metallic. Almost immediately, a pleasant coolness spread through his veins. The Unspeakables took positions at cardinal points around the circle, while Bill Weasley, Snape, and Flitwick positioned themselves at intervals between them. Madame Pomfrey stood ready with additional potions, and Professor McGonagall watched from nearby, her face tense with concern. "We begin with the tracking charms," Croaker announced. "On my mark, 3, 2, 1. The unspeakables raised their wands in unison, beginning a low chant in what sounded like Latin mixed with something older. The silver powder of the ritual circle began to glow with a soft blue light. Harry felt a strange tugging sensation, as if invisible threads were being gently pulled from his skin. It wasn't painful exactly, more uncomfortable, like the feeling of a bandage being slowly peeled away. "First layer released," one of the unspeakables reported. "Tracking signatures disconnected. Moving to vision impairment curse," Croaker directed. The chanting changed subtly, and the circle's glow shifted to a greenish hue. This time, Harry felt a sharp pressure behind his eyes, building steadily until tears streamed down his face. Just as it became truly painful, the pressure suddenly released with an almost audible pop. The world around him snapped into crystal clarity. Harry gasped, blinking rapidly. He could see individual fibers in the ceiling high above, the minute expressions on the faces surrounding him, details he never noticed even with his glasses. "Vision curse successfully removed," Bill Weasley confirmed, looking pleased. "How's your sight, Harry?" "Incredible," Harry breathed. "I can see everything." "Your natural eyesight was never poor," Madame Pomfrey explained. "The curse progressively damaged your vision while making you dependent on glasses that were deliberately incorrect for your actual prescription. A particularly cruel enchantment. Moving to behavioral compulsions," Croaker announced. "This set is more complex. Maintain focus." The ritual resumed, the circle now glowing with a purplish light. This time, Harry felt the effects more profoundly. Images flashed through his mind, Slytherin sneering cruelly, Dumbledore smiling benevolently, authority figures looking dismissive and unhelpful. Each image dissolved like mist as the chanting continued, leaving Harry with a strange sense of clarity, as if he'd been viewing the world through a distorted lens that was now being corrected. Suddenly, a sharp pain lanced through his scar. Harry cried out, his hand instinctively moving to his forehead. "Stop!" Snape commanded sharply. "There's resistance from the scar binding. It's linked to the compulsions more deeply than we anticipated." The chanting ceased immediately. "Interesting," Croaker murmured, approaching to examine Harry more closely. "The scar contains multiple layered enchantments. Removing the compulsions threatens the containment charm." "Containment?" McGonagall questioned. "Containing what?" "That," Snape said grimly, "is precisely what concerns me. There's dark magic within that scar, magic not entirely of Dumbledore's making." Harry felt cold fear wash over him. "Voldemort's magic. You said yesterday some of the curses had his signature." Several people flinched at the name, but Snape nodded. "The Dark Lord left his mark on you, Potter, more than just the visible scar. Dumbledore appears to have contained that influence rather than removing it. The question is why. We'll need to adjust our approach," Croaker decided. "The behavioral compulsions can be removed, but we must maintain the containment around the scar for now, until we better understand what we're dealing with." The procedure resumed with this modification, proceeding more cautiously. By midday, they had successfully removed 23 of the 89 magical effects, including all 8 tracking charms, the vision impairment curse, and 14 of the behavioral compulsions. "That's enough for today," Madame Pomfrey declared firmly when Harry began showing signs of magical exhaustion. "The boy needs rest before we attempt any further removals." "Agreed," Croaker nodded. "We've made excellent progress. The removed enchantments were causing active harm, while those remaining are primarily passive constraints. Mr. Potter should experience significant improvement already." Indeed, Harry felt different, lighter somehow, as if invisible weights had been lifted. His vision remained crystal clear, and his thoughts seemed to flow more easily, without the subtle redirections he'd never even noticed before. "We've scheduled a press conference for this afternoon," Professor McGonagall informed him as he was helped from the ritual circle. Madam Bones will address the public regarding Dumbledore's arrest and the basics of the situation. Your name will be mentioned, obviously, but no specific details about the curses will be disclosed at this time. Will I have to be there? Harry asked, dreading the prospect. Absolutely not, McGonagall said firmly. You are a minor and a victim. Your privacy will be protected to the fullest extent possible. However, Madam Bones added, entering the hospital wing, I would like your permission to use pensive memories of the diagnostic spell results as evidence. These can be presented without your physical presence. Harry nodded. If it helps make sure he can't do this to anyone else. There's also the matter of your Hogwarts education. McGonagall continued. Classes were suspended today, but we plan to resume the normal schedule tomorrow. Given the circumstances, you may wish to delay joining your classmates. Harry considered this. Part of him wanted to hide away until all the curses were removed and the storm of publicity died down. But another part, perhaps the newly freed part, rebelled at the thought of putting his life on hold because of what Dumbledore had done. I want to start classes, he decided. If it gets too overwhelming, I can always step back, right? McGonagall nodded approvingly. Indeed. We'll introduce you to your Ravenclaw classmates this evening, after dinner. Professor Flitwick has already briefed the prefects on the situation, the bare minimum of details, and they'll help ensure your privacy is respected within the house. And the other students? Everyone saw what happened at the feast. An announcement will be made at dinner tonight, McGonagall assured him. Students will be instructed not to pester you with questions or speculations. Those who disregard this directive will face serious consequences. Bill Weasley approached as the others began cleaning up the ritual space. Harry, I wanted to tell you, my family had no knowledge of any manipulation involving you. When Professor McGonagall contacted me about this situation, I was completely shocked. Whatever compulsion was placed regarding my family, it wasn't done with our consent or awareness. Harry studied the young man's open, concerned face and found he believed him. What about Ron? We met on the train. Ron wrote to me this morning, completely confused. He genuinely liked you and wanted to be friends. He's worried now that you'll think it was all fake. A weight lifted from Harry's chest. Tell him it wasn't his fault. None of this is. And your study of the curse patterns, Snape interjected, revealed no immediate link between the Weasley compulsion and the train meeting? Bill shook his head. The compulsion was general, not event-specific. It would make Harry more likely to trust Weasleys he encountered, but it didn't create the encounter itself. He glanced at Harry. Though it does raise questions about why Molly was loudly discussing Platform 9 3/4 in the Muggle section of King's Cross. That seems convenient. Your mother was at King's Cross? Snape asked sharply. Yes, with all of us younger siblings. She was talking rather explicitly about Muggles and the platform, which is how Ron said Harry found them. Snape's eyes narrowed. Perhaps not a compulsion but simple manipulation of circumstances. Dumbledore arranging a chance meeting. Harry remembered Mrs. Weasley's loud voice discussing Platform 9 3/4, how she'd seemed to be almost projecting her words. At the time, it had seemed like miraculous luck that he'd overheard them. Now it seemed much more calculated. Were there other compulsions? He asked quietly. About other people or families. There was a mild aversion directive regarding several Slytherin-associated families. Madame Pomfrey confirmed. Particularly the Malfoys, Knotts, and Parkinsons. Also a strong suspicion compulsion targeting Professor Snape. Snape's lip curled slightly. Unsurprising. Albus and I have had disagreements regarding your upbringing for years. You knew about me? Before I came to Hogwarts? I was aware of your placement with Petunia, Snape said stiffly. I expressed concerns about her suitability, given my childhood acquaintance with her. Dumbledore assured me that my fears were unfounded, that you were being treated well. His dark eyes glinted with something like regret. I should have verified his claims personally. Before Harry could respond to this surprising revelation, the hospital wing doors opened, and Cornelius Fudge strode in, accompanied by a woman in lurid green robes and a young man carrying a camera. "Ah, there you are, Potter!" Fudge boomed. "Quite a situation we have, quite a situation indeed. Rita here just wants a quick word for the prophet. The public is clamoring for reassurance that the boy who lived is recovering well." "Minister!" McGonagall stepped forward, blocking his path. "This is completely inappropriate. Mr. Potter is a minor receiving medical treatment. No press is permitted in the hospital wing." "Now, Minerva," Fudge blustered. "The public has a right to know, the public." Madam Bones cut in coldly. "Will receive appropriate information through official channels at this afternoon's press conference, which you and I have already discussed, Cornelius." Miss Skeeter was explicitly barred from that event due to her history of sensationalism. The green-robed witch, Rita Skeeter, apparently, smiled like a shark. "I'm merely doing my job, Amelia dear. The wizarding world deserves the truth about their beloved headmaster's shocking betrayal of poor Harry." A flash burst from the camera, momentarily blinding Harry. "Out!" Madame Pomfrey roared with unexpected volume. "Out of my hospital wing this instant." Surprisingly, it was Snape who moved with alarming speed, confiscating the camera with a flick of his wand. "This film is now evidence in an ongoing investigation," he said silkily. "Tampering with evidence is a criminal offense, Minister. As is interfering with a minor's medical treatment." Fudge paled. "Now see here, Snape, Minister," Bones said with deadly calm. "You are currently interfering with an active Demelli investigation, violating the privacy rights of a magical minor, and potentially compromising evidence. I suggest you leave immediately before I am forced to consider these actions in an official capacity." For a moment, Fudge seemed ready to argue further, but something in Bones's expression made him reconsider. "Well, of course, Amelia. Just checking on the boy's welfare. Come along, Rita. This isn't over," Skeeter hissed as she was escorted out. "The truth will come out, one way or another." When they had gone, Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Is it going to be like that all the time now?" "For a while, yes," McGonagall admitted. "Dumbledore's arrest alone would be the scandal of the decade. The reasons behind it, well, it's unprecedented." Her expression softened. "But we will protect you from the worst of it, Mr. Potter. You have my word." Harry nodded, suddenly exhausted. The morning's curse-breaking, followed by the confrontation with Fudge and the reporter, had drained what little energy he had recovered. "Rest now," Madame Pomfrey instructed, guiding him to a bed. "We'll resume the treatment tomorrow when you've recovered your strength." As Harry settled against the pillows, a thought occurred to him. "Professor McGonagall?" "Yes, Potter? Who's running Hogwarts now? With Dumbledore gone?" "I am, as deputy headmistress," she replied. "Though the Board of Governors will likely appoint an interim headmaster soon. There's talk of summoning Madame Marchbanks from retirement." "And my guardianship? Legally, I mean. If Dumbledore was my magical guardian, that responsibility temporarily falls to the head of the Demelli, Madame Bones, until permanent arrangements can be made. Rest assured, Mr. Potter, you will not return to those muggles, nor will you be placed with anyone who might further exploit you." That, at least, was something. Harry closed his eyes, allowing fatigue to pull him towards sleep. As consciousness faded, he heard the adults continuing to discuss him, their voices growing distant. Remarkable resilience. Should begin manifesting increased magical capacity within days. Still the matter of the scar to address. Dumbledore refuses to explain his actions. Then darkness claimed him, and for once, Harry slept without dreams. Harry woke to the sound of hushed voices nearby. Opening his eyes, he found the hospital wing bathed in late afternoon sunlight. A curtain had been drawn around his bed for privacy, but he could see shadows moving on the other side. Absolutely refusing to cooperate. A woman's voice was saying, "Madam Bones," Harry realized after a moment. claims everything he did was necessary to prepare the boy for his inevitable confrontation with Voldemort. Surely that defense won't stand in court? Professor McGonagall sounded incredulous. It won't, but it's complicating matters. Half the Wisengamot still reveres Dumbledore as the leader of the light. They're reluctant to accept the evidence, despite the magical signatures being irrefutable. And what of the prophecy he keeps referencing? That was Snape's voice, tense and low. A prophecy? Harry sat up silently, straining to hear more. We've accessed the record in the Department of Mysteries, Bones replied. It exists, certainly, though only Potter or the Dark Lord can retrieve it. Dumbledore claims his actions were guided by its contents, that he was molding the weapon that would save us all. A weapon? McGonagall hissed. He's a child, Amelia. No prophecy could justify what was done to him. I agree, but Dumbledore remains convinced of his righteousness. It's unsettling. I've known the man for decades, respected him. To see him speak of a child's life so coldly. The press conference? Snape asked. Chaotic. Bones sighed. The Prophet is running a special evening edition. The international press has picked up the story. The ICW is convening an emergency session to discuss Dumbledore's positions as Supreme Mugwump and British representative. And Potter's security? Enhanced. We've placed Aurors at all Hogwarts entrances and secured the Flynn network. Cursebreakers are examining the school's wards. Dumbledore had tied many of them to himself personally, which is highly irregular. Harry shifted, causing the bed to creak slightly. The voices immediately stopped. Mr. Potter? Madam Bones pulled the curtain aside. You're awake. How are you feeling? Better, Harry said truthfully. His body felt lighter, his mind clearer. What time is it? Nearly dinner time, McGonagall informed him. Are you feeling up to joining the school in the Great Hall, or would you prefer to eat here? Harry considered. Hiding away would only delay the inevitable. I'll go to the Great Hall. Brave decision. Bones nodded approvingly. I'll accompany you. My presence might discourage the more enthusiastic questioners. 30 minutes later, freshly showered and dressed in his new Ravenclaw robes, Harry walked toward the Great Hall flanked by Professor Flitwick and Madam Bones. Students in the corridors stopped and stared, whispers following in their wake. Harry kept his chin up, focusing on what Bill Weasley had told him before departing for Gringotts. Stand tall. You've done nothing wrong. You're the victim here, not the perpetrator. At the entrance to the Great Hall, Flitwick paused. Remember, Mr. Potter, you don't owe anyone explanations. If you become uncomfortable, simply signal me, and I'll escort you back to your room. Harry nodded gratefully. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through the doorway. The usual dinner chatter died immediately. Hundreds of eyes turned toward him, expressions ranging from curiosity to sympathy to outright suspicion. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy, whom Harry had briefly met in Madame Malkin's, watched with narrowed eyes. At the Gryffindor table, Ron Weasley offered a tentative smile. Professor McGonagall stood from the headmistress's chair. Before we begin our meal, I have a few announcements. As you are all aware, Professor Dumbledore has been arrested pending investigation into serious allegations. I will be serving as acting headmistress until the Board of Governors makes a permanent appointment. She surveyed the hall sternly. Regarding Mr. Potter, yes, he has joined Ravenclaw House following his delayed sorting. The details of the case against Professor Dumbledore involve Mr. Potter but will not be discussed in this hall. Mr. Potter deserves the same privacy and respect as any student. Anyone harassing him with questions or speculation will face severe disciplinary action. Is that clear? A murmur of assent rippled through the tables. Excellent. Now let us enjoy our dinner. Food appeared on the tables, and the usual mealtime noise gradually resumed, though at a more subdued level than usual. Harry followed Flitwick to the Ravenclaw table, where the professor introduced him to the first-year students and prefects. They seemed curious but respectful, welcoming him without prying questions. A petite Asian girl made space beside her. I'm Sully. she said, offering a friendly smile. That's Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, Terry Boot, Lisa Turpin, Mandy Brocklehurst, and Padma Patil. She indicated the other first years in turn. Nice to meet you all, Harry said, helping himself to roast chicken and potatoes. We've prepared a space for you in the first-year boys' dormitory, said the male prefect, a serious-looking fifth-year named Robert Hilliard. Professor Flitwick mentioned you might need some privacy accommodations, so we've set up a four-poster with enhanced privacy charms. Just tap your wand on the bedpost and say quietus if you want to activate them. Thank you, Harry said, touched by the thoughtfulness. The Ravenclaws, true to their house reputation, seemed more interested in intellectual discussion than gossip. While Harry could feel the weight of stares from other tables, his own housemates quickly returned to debates about classes and the latest articles in various academic journals. It was oddly comforting. As dinner progressed, Harry relaxed slightly. He even managed to contribute to a conversation about the differences between Muggle and magical education, finding his housemates genuinely interested in his perspective. When dessert appeared, Padma Patil, who had been quietly observing him, finally spoke directly. My sister Parvati is in Gryffindor. She said Ron Weasley told everyone you met on the train and got along well. He's worried you're upset with him. Harry glanced toward the Gryffindor table, where Ron was picking at his treacle tart, looking uncharacteristically subdued compared to their train journey. I'm not upset with him. Nothing that happened was his fault. Would you mind if I tell her that? I think he'd feel better knowing. Please do. Harry nodded. Whatever manipulations Dumbledore had orchestrated, he wouldn't let them cost him a potential friendship. After dinner, Robert Hilliard and the female prefect, Penelope Clearwater, led the first years to Ravenclaw Tower. Unlike the other houses with their passwords or wall entrances, the Ravenclaw dormitory was protected by a bronze eagle-shaped knocker that posed a riddle. What is broken every time it's spoken? The knocker asked when they approached. The first years looked at each other uncertainly. Harry, remembering Uncle Vernon's frequent admonishments to his employees, hazarded a guess. Silence? The knocker chimed approvingly, and the door swung open. Well done, Potter! Penelope beamed. Many first years struggle with the riddles initially. Don't worry if you can't solve one, you can always wait for another student to come along. The Ravenclaw common room was airy and elegant, with large windows offering spectacular views of the mountains surrounding Hogwarts. Bookshelves lined the walls, and comfortable blue armchairs were arranged in conversation circles. A statue of Rowena Ravenclaw stood near the entrance to the dormitories, her serene face surveying the room. Boys' dormitories to the left, girls to the right, Robert explained. First years are on the lowest level. Your trunks have already been brought up. The first-year boys' dormitory contained 5 four-poster beds arranged in a semicircle, with large windows continuing the theme of spectacular views. Harry's bed, identifiable by his trunk at its foot, had been placed slightly apart from the others, with additional blue hangings that seemed thicker than the standard ones. Privacy charms, as promised, Terry Boot noted, looking impressed. Wish we all had those. Trust me, you don't want the reason why I have them, Harry said dryly. The other boys exchanged glances but didn't press. Instead, they focused on settling in, unpacking their belongings and discussing the classes that would begin tomorrow. Harry was grateful for their tact. As he changed into his pajamas, Harry caught a glimpse of himself in the dormitory mirror and paused, startled. Without his glasses, his green eyes seemed more prominent, and there was something different about his face. Nothing dramatic, but his features seemed somehow sharper, more defined than he remembered. All right, Harry? Michael Corner asked, noticing his confusion. Yeah, just noticing some changes. He touched his face wonderingly. I guess removing those curses is already having physical effects. Professor Flitwick told us a bit, Terry said hesitantly. Not details, just that you'd had harmful magic removed and might experience some changes. He said we should tell him or Madame Pomfrey if we noticed anything concerning. Harry appreciated the heads up. Thanks. I'm still getting used to it myself. Later, lying in his new bed with the privacy charms activated, Harry reflected on the extraordinary turn his life had taken. 48 hours ago, he'd been a lonely boy in oversized clothes, expecting to follow in his parents' footsteps to Gryffindor. Now he was curse-free, or at least, partially curse-free, a Ravenclaw, and at the center of the biggest wizarding scandal in recent memory. There were still so many questions. What was the prophecy Dumbledore had mentioned? What was contained within his scar? Why had Dumbledore cursed him in the first place? And what would happen once all 89 curses were removed? But for the first time, Harry felt hope that he might actually get answers, real answers, not the half-truths and manipulations that had shaped his life until now. With that comforting thought, he drifted into sleep, his dreams for once free of cupboards, green light, and high-pitched laughter. The next morning brought the beginning of classes and a fresh wave of whispers and stares. Harry's schedule, hastily adjusted to reflect his Ravenclaw status, began with charms, taught by Professor Flitwick himself. This proved fortunate, as the tiny professor skillfully deflected attention from Harry, focusing the class on the fundamentals of levitation. Remember, the wand movement is a swish and flick, Flitwick demonstrated from atop his stack of books. And pronunciation is critical. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry, partnered with Anthony Goldstein, found the spell surprisingly easy. His feather rose on his first attempt, hovering steadily at eye level. Excellent, Mr. Potter! Flitwick squeaked excitedly. Perfect execution! 5 points to Ravenclaw! Anthony eyed him with new respect. That was impressive. Most people need at least a few tries. Harry shrugged, embarrassed by the attention. Just lucky, I guess. But as the day progressed through transfiguration and then herbology, a pattern emerged. Spells that should have been challenging for a first year came to Harry with unusual ease. In transfiguration, he was the first to successfully turn his matchstick into a needle, earning an approving nod from Professor McGonagall. It seems the removal of those restrictions is already enhancing your natural abilities, she murmured as she examined his work. Most impressive, Mr. Potter. In herbology, partnered with Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor, Harry found his intuitive understanding of magical plants surprised even himself. When they successfully repotted their bouncing bulbs without incident, the only pair to do so, Neville looked at him with wide eyes. You've worked with magical plants before? No, never, Harry admitted. But it somehow feels familiar? Professor Sprout, overhearing, nodded knowingly. Your mother had quite the green thumb, Mr. Potter. Lily could coax life from the most reluctant plants. Perhaps you've inherited her affinity. The mention of his mother sent a warm feeling through Harry's chest. Having a connection to her, even something as simple as a talent for herbology, felt precious. Lunch in the Great Hall brought another meeting with the Department of Mysteries team. Unspeakable Croaker, appearing seemingly from nowhere at Harry's side, murmured that they were ready for the second round of curse-breaking if he felt up to it. We've identified a cluster of memory blocks that should be addressed next, she explained as they walked toward the hospital wing. These are particularly concerning, as they appear to be suppressing specific recollections. You mean I have memories I can't access? Harry frowned. Precisely. Most likely from your early childhood, possibly including memories of your parents. Harry's heart leaped. I could remember them? Actually remember them? It's possible, Croaker cautioned. Memory magic is delicate. The blocks might have altered the memories themselves, or time may have naturally eroded them. But we won't know until we try. The procedure was similar to the previous days, though the ritual circle had been modified with new runic patterns. As Harry lay in the center, the unspeakables began their chanting, focusing now on the strands of magic wrapped around his mind rather than his body. The sensation was different this time, like ice melting inside his skull, cold rivulets of awareness trickling into places that had been numb. Images flashed behind his closed eyelids, a woman with fiery red hair singing softly as she rocked him, a tall man with messy black hair creating puffs of colored smoke with his wand for baby Harry's delight, a cozy living room decorated for Christmas, a large black dog transforming into a laughing man who swung Harry high into the air. Tears streamed down Harry's face as the memory surfaced, fragmented but undeniably real. His parents. He was remembering his parents. But then the pleasant memories gave way to darker ones, a high, cold laugh, a flash of green light, his mother's desperate pleas. Pain unlike anything he'd ever known as something dark and malevolent tried to force its way into his infant body. Harry cried out, his scar burning as if branded with hot iron. The chanting faltered. Something's fighting back. One of the unspeakables warned. The scar, it's connected to these memories. Stabilize the containment field, Croaker ordered sharply. We're getting magical feedback. Through his pain, Harry felt something alien stirring within his scar, a consciousness that was decidedly not his own. Rage, fear, and hatred bubbled up, feelings so intense and foreign that Harry knew instantly they belonged to someone else. Voldemort. Somehow, impossibly, a piece of Voldemort's consciousness was trapped within his scar. There's something in there, he gasped. Something alive! The unspeakables exchanged alarmed glances, their chanting growing more urgent. Professor Snape stepped forward, his wand moving in complex patterns as he added his own incantations to the ritual. Soul fragment, he hissed. Dumbledore knew. He knew and contained it rather than removing it. Foolish, arrogant, focused Severus, McGonagall snapped. Recriminations later. The pain intensified as the foreign presence fought against the ritual, clawing desperately to maintain its foothold in Harry's mind. Black smoke began to seep from his scar, forming a writhing mass above the ritual circle. It's breaking free! Someone shouted. Contain it! Croaker commanded. The unspeakables redirected their efforts, focusing on the escaping darkness rather than Harry himself. Snape continued his own incantations, sweat beading on his sallow face as he worked to prevent the fragment from escaping or harming Harry further. With a final, ear-splitting shriek that seemed to exist more in Harry's mind than in the physical world, the black smoke condensed into a distorted face, snake-like, with gleaming red eyes, before dissolving into nothing. Silence fell over the hospital wing. Harry lay trembling in the center of the ritual circle, his scar bleeding freely but no longer burning. The pain had vanished along with the foreign presence, leaving behind an extraordinary sense of lightness. What was that? McGonagall whispered, her face ashen. A horcrux, Croaker answered grimly. Or a fragment of one. Soul magic of the darkest kind. Impossible, Snape muttered. No one has created a true horcrux in centuries. The evidence suggests otherwise, Croaker replied. It would explain much, how the Dark Lord survived that night, why Dumbledore insisted on monitoring Potter so closely. You're saying you know who isn't dead? McGonagall looked horrified. That he could return? I'm saying, Croaker said carefully, that this situation is now a matter of highest national security. The boy was carrying a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul in his forehead. The implications are extensive. Harry, still dazed from the experience, struggled to process what he'd heard. Was that why Dumbledore put all those spells on me? Because of what was in my scar? The adults exchanged looks. Perhaps partially, Snape admitted reluctantly. But it doesn't explain or justify the extent of his manipulation. Containing the horcrux would require one, perhaps two specialized wards. Not 89 distinct magical constraints. We need to inform Madame Bones immediately, McGonagall decided, and accelerate the investigation into Dumbledore's actions. If he knew about this horcrux. He knew, Harry said with sudden certainty. In those memories I just recovered, there was one of Dumbledore examining me as a baby, right after the attack. He cast spells on my scar, and he looked satisfied somehow. Like he'd confirmed something he suspected. Madame Pomfrey, who had been monitoring Harry's vital signs throughout the ritual, stepped forward with a calming draught. Drink this, Mr. Potter. You've experienced severe magical trauma. Harry accepted the potion gratefully, the cool liquid soothing his raw throat. As the immediate shock receded, questions began flooding his mind. Was that why Voldemort tried to kill me as a baby? Because of the prophecy you mentioned? The adults froze, exchanging alarmed glances. You heard that discussion? McGonagall asked sharply. Harry nodded. Yesterday, when I was waking up. You were talking about a prophecy Dumbledore keeps mentioning. McGonagall sighed. Mr. Potter, there is indeed a prophecy concerning you and the Dark Lord. However, its exact contents remain sealed within the Department of Mysteries. Only those named in a prophecy may retrieve it. So I could hear it? The actual prophecy? Technically, yes, Croker confirmed reluctantly. But such a visit would require extensive security arrangements. The prophecy room contains thousands of records, many of extreme sensitivity. I want to hear it, Harry said firmly. If it's about me, if it's the reason my parents died and Dumbledore did all this to me, I deserve to know. The adults couldn't argue with his logic, though they looked distinctly uncomfortable. We'll discuss arrangements with Madame Bones, McGonagall promised. But not today. You need rest after this ordeal. Indeed, Harry felt bone-deep exhaustion setting in as the adrenaline faded. But his mind was clearer than it had ever been, unburdened by the foreign presence that had been with him since infancy. How many curses are left? He asked tiredly. 43. Madame Pomfrey reported after a quick diagnostic charm. The memory blocks were removed successfully, along with the horcrux fragment, and several minor compulsions that were connected to it. The most critical bindings on your magical core remain, but we've made significant progress. Will I keep remembering more things as we go? Most likely. She nodded. Memory is complex. The removed blocks allow access to those memories, but they may surface gradually rather than all at once. Harry nodded, oddly comforted by the thought. His past, his real past, would return to him piece by piece, like a puzzle slowly coming together. Rest now, Madame Pomfrey instructed, helping him to a hospital bed. Your classmates will be informed you're receiving medical treatment. No details will be shared. As Harry drifted towards sleep, fragments of newly unlocked memories floated through his mind. His father's laugh, his mother's voice singing a lullaby, the feel of being truly loved and protected. For the first time in his memory, he felt connected to James and Lily Potter not as abstract figures but as real people who had held him, loved him, and died protecting him. With that bittersweet comfort, he slept. The days that followed fell into a pattern. Mornings were devoted to classes, where Harry's rapidly increasing magical abilities drew amazed looks from professors and students alike. Afternoons involved curse-breaking sessions with the Department of Mysteries team, gradually removing layer after layer of Dumbledore's manipulations. Evenings were spent in Ravenclaw Tower, where his housemates' respect for knowledge and privacy created a welcome sanctuary. By the end of the week, 62 of the original 89 curses had been removed. Harry's physical appearance had undergone subtle but noticeable changes. He'd grown an inch taller, his perpetually skinny frame had begun filling out, and his facial features had sharpened, showing stronger resemblance to the photographs he now possessed of his parents. His magical abilities had developed even more dramatically. Spells that challenged seventh years came naturally to him now. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall had been speechless when Harry had not only transformed his match into a needle but then, on a whim, transfigured it into a miniature silver stag that pranced across his desk. Your father's animagus form, she'd explained when she found her voice. Though how you knew to create it. I remembered, Harry had said simply. From the new memories. The news about Dumbledore's arrest had dominated the Daily Prophet all week, with increasingly sensational headlines. Dumbledore arrested. Boy W. Cho lived found under 89 curses Wisengamot in case A.S. Dumbledore claims. Greater good. Defense Potter inheritance tampered with. Gringotts launches investigation. ICW strips Dumbledore of positions pending trial. Phoenix Rising. Potter's power grows. A.S. curses removed. The last headline had been particularly annoying to Harry, as it had led to students asking him to perform increasingly complex magic. Just to see. Professor Flitwick had finally addressed Ravenclaw House directly, reminding them that Harry was not a circus performer and deserved his privacy. On Sunday morning, a week after Dumbledore's arrest, Harry received a summons to Professor McGonagall's office, the headmaster's office, as it was now hers in her role as acting headmistress. Curious, he made his way through the corridors, still adjusting to navigating without his glasses. His improved eyesight was one of the most practical benefits of the curse removal, though he sometimes still reached automatically to push up glasses that were no longer there. The gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office stepped aside at his approach, apparently pre-instructed to admit him. As he ascended the spiral staircase, Harry wondered what could be important enough to warrant a Sunday meeting. "Enter," McGonagall called in response to his knock. The circular office had changed since Dumbledore's departure. Gone were the whirring silver instruments and bowls of sherbet lemons. The decor was more austere now, though not unwelcoming. McGonagall sat behind the massive desk, with Madame Bones and a goblin in a formal suit seated across from her. "Ah, Mr. Potter, thank you for coming," McGonagall greeted him. "Please sit down. We have some important matters to discuss." Harry took the offered chair, nodding politely to Madame Bones and the goblin. "Mr. Potter, this is Ragnarok, head of inheritance affairs at Gringotts," McGonagall introduced. "He's here regarding some concerning discoveries about your family vaults and properties." The goblin inclined his head. "Mr. Potter, following the revelation of magical tampering with your person, Gringotts launched an internal investigation into the management of the Potter estate since your parents' deaths. What we found was troubling." "Troubling how?" Harry asked warily. Ragnarok produced a thick folder. "Albus Dumbledore, using his position as your magical guardian, redirected significant funds from your family vault to various accounts. Some went to an organization called the Order of the Phoenix. Some to Hogwarts' discretionary fund, which he controlled directly. And some—" the goblin's expression darkened, "to a Muggle account in the name of Vernon and Petunia Dursley." Harry's jaw dropped. "The Dursleys were being paid to take care of me?" "Quite handsomely," Ragnarok confirmed. £500 monthly since November 1981. "But they always complained about how much I cost them," Harry exclaimed indignantly. "They dressed me in Dudley's old clothes, barely fed me, we are aware," Madame Bones said grimly. "Ministry officials visited Privet Drive this week as part of the investigation. Their treatment of you constitutes criminal neglect under both Muggle and magical law. Charges are being prepared." Harry felt a vicious satisfaction at the thought of the Dursleys facing consequences, though he doubted Muggle authorities would believe half of what had happened in that house. "There's more," Ragnarok continued. "Dumbledore sealed your parents' will, claiming executive authority as Chief Warlock. We've now unsealed it, and its contents directly contradict your placement with the Dursleys. Lily and James Potter explicitly stated that you were to be raised by Sirius Black, your godfather. If he was unavailable, custody was to pass to Alice and Frank Longbottom, then to Minerva McGonagall. Petunia Dursley was specifically listed as an unsuitable guardian under no circumstances to be granted custody." McGonagall looked stricken. "I had no idea, Harry. Albus told us the will specified blood protection was paramount. I should have insisted on seeing it myself." "Sirius Black?" Harry repeated. "The man from my memories? The one who could turn into a dog?" "Indeed." Bones nodded. "Your father's best friend and your sworn godfather. There's another troubling element here. Black was arrested shortly after your parents' deaths for allegedly betraying their location to Voldemort and then killing Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles. He was sent to Azkaban without trial, on Dumbledore's recommendation to Minister Bagnall that the evidence was incontrovertible. But the will suggests my parents trusted him." Harry frowned. "Exactly," Bones agreed. "Which raises serious questions about his guilt. I've ordered a full review of the case and have scheduled a proper trial for next month. If he was wrongfully imprisoned..." The implications were staggering. Another life potentially ruined by Dumbledore's machinations. "What happens now?" Harry asked, trying to process everything. With my inheritance, I mean. With Dumbledore removed as your magical guardian, control of the Potter vaults reverts to their rightful status, Ragnarok explained. You cannot claim full lordship until you reach magical majority, but you can designate a trustee to manage the estate until then. We've frozen all unauthorized withdrawals and are preparing documentation to recover the misappropriated funds. As for your guardianship, Madam Bones added, we have several options to consider. Your parents will provide clear guidance, but circumstances have changed since it was written. If Sirius Black is exonerated, he would have the strongest claim. Professor McGonagall is also named. Additionally, we've received formal guardianship petitions from several prominent families, including the Malfoys, the Tonks's, and the Weasleys. The Malfoys? Harry asked incredulously, remembering his brief encounter with Draco. Narcissa Malfoy is your second cousin, Bones explained. The Blacks and Potters are distantly related. Their claim is technically valid, though given Lucius Malfoy's political history, it seems unlikely to succeed. And the others? Andromeda Tonks is also related through the Black family. She was disowned for marrying a Muggleborn, but her claim is stronger than the Malfoys in many ways. The Weasleys have no blood relation but cite their son's friendship with you and their capacity to provide a stable family environment. Harry considered this. The Weasleys had seemed nice enough on the platform and train, but the compulsion charm regarding them still made him wary. Would he ever be able to trust that relationships weren't manipulated? What do you recommend? He asked McGonagall directly. She looked surprised at being consulted but answered thoughtfully. I would be honored to fulfill your parents' wishes and become your guardian, Harry. However, at my age and with my responsibilities to Hogwarts, I cannot offer the kind of home environment you deserve. If Sirius is innocent, he loved you like his own son. But after years in Azkaban, he would need time to recover before taking on guardianship. The Tonkses might be the best immediate option. They understand both magical and Muggle worlds, and Andromeda was a healer before retirement. Harry nodded, considering. Could I meet them before deciding? And maybe wait to see what happens with Sirius Black's trial? A sensible approach. Bones approved. We can arrange meetings with potential guardians over the coming weeks. Until then, you remain under my department's protection. There's one more matter, McGonagall said, her expression softening. We've arranged for you to visit the Department of Mysteries tomorrow afternoon to hear the prophecy. Madam Bones will escort you personally, along with a security detail. Harry's heart leaped. Finally, he would learn why Voldemort had targeted his family, why his parents had died, why his life had been manipulated so extensively. Thank you, he said sincerely. As the meeting concluded and Harry prepared to leave, Madam Bones held him back for a moment. Mr. Potter, Harry, she said quietly, I want you to be prepared for tomorrow. Prophecies are notoriously cryptic and often less straightforward than they seem. Whatever you hear, remember that divination is an imprecise branch of magic. Prophecies suggest possibilities, not certainties. Harry nodded, appreciating the warning. I understand. But even if it's not clear, I need to know. I've had too many secrets kept from me already. Bones squeezed his shoulder. You've shown remarkable resilience through all this, Harry. Your parents would be proud. The words warmed him as he made his way back to Ravenclaw Tower. Tomorrow, another piece of the puzzle would fall into place. Another step toward understanding, and perhaps reclaiming, his own life. Chapter 2, Unraveling the Web. The Department of Mysteries looked nothing like Harry had imagined. He'd expected something grand and imposing, like Hogwarts' Great Hall or Gringotts' Marble Lobby. Instead, he found himself in a plain black-tiled corridor with identical unmarked doors spaced at regular intervals. The only light came from blue flame torches that cast more shadows than illumination, giving the entire place a dreamlike quality. Stay close, Madam Bones instructed as they proceeded down the corridor, flanked by two Aurors. The department is designed to confuse unauthorized visitors. It's easy to get lost. Harry nodded, fighting the unsettling sensation that the walls were subtly shifting around them. Ahead walked an unspeakable, at least, Harry assumed that's what the grey-robed figure was. Their hood was drawn so deeply that their face remained completely in shadow, even when they turned to speak. The Hall of Prophecy lies at the center of the department. The unspeakable explained, their voice oddly genderless. We've cleared all personnel from the area for your visit. Security Protocol Merlin is in effect. Harry wasn't sure what Protocol Merlin entailed, but Madame Bones and the Aurors seemed impressed by the measure. Is it really that dangerous? Harry asked quietly. Just hearing a prophecy? Madame Bones's expression was grave. It's not the prophecy itself that concerns us, but who might want to prevent you from hearing it. You know who sought this prophecy desperately during the war. If any of his followers learned you were coming to access it. The implication hung in the air. Despite Voldemort's apparent defeat 10 years ago, his supporters still posed a threat, especially now, with the wizarding world in turmoil over Dumbledore's arrest. They passed through a circular room where the doors rotated dizzyingly before the unspeakable made a complicated gesture that stopped the movement. Through another door they entered what appeared to be an amphitheater with a raised stone dais at its center. The unspeakable bypassed this, leading them instead through a side door into an enormous, cathedral-like space filled with towering shelves that stretched far into the darkness above. The Hall of Prophecy, the unspeakable announced. Over 10,000 recorded prophecies, the oldest dating back to the founding of the ministry itself. The shelves held thousands of small, dusty glass orbs, each emitting a faint bluish glow. Tiny yellowed labels were affixed beneath each one. How do we find the right one? Harry wondered aloud. We already have, the unspeakable replied, gesturing to a nearby shelf at approximately eye level. SBT to APWBD Dark Lord and Harry Potter. Harry stared at the innocuous-looking sphere. Such a small thing to have caused so much suffering. Only those named in a prophecy can remove it from the shelf. The unspeakable explained. You must be the one to take it, Mr. Potter. With a deep breath, Harry reached out and grasped the orb. It was surprisingly warm to the touch, like a living thing. The moment his fingers closed around it, the misty substance inside began to swirl more actively. Now what? He asked, cradling the prophecy carefully. There is a viewing chamber prepared, the unspeakable said, gesturing toward a small door almost hidden between the shelves. You may listen to the prophecy there in privacy, though Madame Bones may accompany you if you wish. Harry looked at Bones questioningly. The choice is yours, Harry, she said gently. I can stay with you, or wait outside. After a moment's consideration, Harry nodded. Please come with me. The viewing chamber was small and circular, with a stone pedestal in its center. At the unspeakable's direction, Harry placed the prophecy orb on the pedestal and stepped back. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the swirling mist inside the sphere rose upward, forming the figure of a woman with enormous glasses and a shawl-draped, stick-thin frame. Harry recognized her with a jolt, Professor Trelawney, Hogwarts divination teacher, whom he'd glimpsed at meals in the Great Hall. The misty figure spoke in a harsh, guttural voice unlike the dreamy tones Harry had overheard during dinner. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The figure dissolved back into mist, which retreated into the orb. Silence filled the chamber. Harry stood frozen, the words echoing in his mind. This was it, the reason his parents had been targeted, the reason Voldemort had tried to kill him, the reason Dumbledore had cursed him 89 times. This cryptic, terrible prediction had shaped his entire life. Either must die at the hand of the other. He repeated numbly. Voldemort can only be killed by me, and I can only be killed by him. Madame Bones placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. Prophecies are rarely so straightforward, Harry. The Department of Mysteries has entire research divisions dedicated to prophetic interpretation. What seems clear on its face often has multiple possible meanings. But Dumbledore believed it, Harry said, the realization dawning. He believed I had to face Voldemort eventually. That's why he put all those spells on me. He was controlling me, shaping me into a weapon. That appears to be his justification, yes, Bones acknowledged grimly. Though it explains nothing about why he would suppress your magic rather than nurture it, or why he placed you with abusive relatives instead of with people who would have prepared you properly. Harry's mind raced. The power the Dark Lord knows not. Dumbledore must have had theories about what that meant. Indeed, and we're analyzing all his personal papers and memories to discover them, Bones assured him. But Harry, remember, prophecies don't dictate fate. They merely predict possible outcomes. The choices remain yours. Harry wasn't so sure. The wording seemed fairly definitive to him. He thought of the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had been trapped in his scar, now removed, but still a horrifying reminder that the Dark Lord wasn't truly gone. If there were other such fragments out there. I need to know everything, he said suddenly, looking up at Bones. Everything about Voldemort, everything about what Dumbledore was planning. If I'm supposed to vanquish him somehow, I can't be kept in the dark anymore. Madame Bones studied him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she nodded slowly. You're right. No more secrets. Once we return to Hogwarts, I'll share what we've learned from Dumbledore's personal effects and our interrogations. It won't be pleasant, but you deserve the truth. Harry took one last look at the prophecy orb. What happens to this now? It remains here, protected. Only you or Voldemort himself could remove it again. She hesitated. Unless you wish to destroy it. The thought was tempting. Smash the orb, and perhaps the fate it predicted would shatter with it. But Harry knew better. The prophecy had already done its damage by setting events in motion 10 years ago. Let it stay, he decided. But I want a memory copy to review later. Bones nodded approvingly. A wise choice. Now let's return to Hogwarts. The curse-breaking team is preparing for another session this afternoon. As they left the Hall of Prophecy, Harry felt both heavier and lighter. The burden of knowledge weighed on him, but removing the mystery had also lifted a different kind of weight. At least now he knew what he was facing. The hospital wing had become almost a second home to Harry over the past week. The main area had been permanently reconfigured for the curse-breaking sessions, with the ritual circle now enhanced with additional protective runes and monitoring charms. Madame Pomfrey had set up a private recovery area for Harry behind screens at the far end, equipped with a comfortable bed and a small desk for studying between sessions. Today, the usual team was supplemented by a new face, a dark-haired witch with aristocratic features who stood conferring quietly with Professor Snape. Mr. Potter, McGonagall greeted as he entered with Madame Bones. How did your visit to the department go? Illuminating, Harry replied, unable to fully keep the bitterness from his voice. I think I understand Dumbledore's motivations better now, though not his methods. McGonagall nodded sympathetically before gesturing to the newcomer. This is Andromeda Tonks, a former healer specializing in curse damage. She's offered her expertise for today's session, which will focus on the bindings affecting your magical core. Andromeda stepped forward, her keen eyes studying Harry with professional interest. Mr. Potter. It's an honor to meet you, though I wish the circumstances were different. There was something familiar about her features that Harry couldn't quite place. Are you related to the Malfoys? He blurted, immediately regretting his directness. Rather than being offended, Andromeda smiled wryly. Narcissa is my sister, yes. Though I haven't been welcome in the family since I married Ted, a Muggleborn and the love of my life. I believe you've been informed that I've submitted a petition regarding your guardianship? Harry nodded, remembering the discussion in McGonagall's office. Yes, ma'am. Madame Bones mentioned you're my cousin somehow? Second cousin once removed, to be precise. Your grandmother Doria was a Black before she married Charles Potter. The old families are all interconnected. She gave him a gentle smile. But we can discuss genealogy another time. Today, We need to focus on the most critical binding curses. Unspeakable Croaker stepped forward. We've identified 18 distinct bindings on your magical core, Mr. Potter. They're layered in a complex configuration, with the earliest cast when you were approximately 15 months old, just after your parents' deaths. The timing suggests Dumbledore began implementing his plan immediately after placing you with your relatives. Professor Snape added, his usual sneer softened somewhat. Today's procedure will be more intensive than previous sessions, Madame Pomfrey warned. These bindings are deeply integrated with your magical development. Breaking them will likely cause a significant surge in your abilities, which could be physically taxing. In simple terms, Andromeda explained, seeing Harry's confusion. Imagine your magic as water behind a dam. These bindings are like floodgates, allowing only a trickle through. We're going to open the gates gradually, but there's still likely to be a rush of power that your body must adapt to. Will it be dangerous? Harry asked, eyeing the ritual circle with new wariness. Controlled risk. Unspeakable Croaker answered. We've designed the procedure to release the bindings incrementally over several hours, rather than all at once. Healer Tonks will monitor your physical condition throughout, while I focus on the magical aspects. Harry took a deep breath and nodded. I'm ready. The ritual began as before, with Harry lying in the center of the circle while the Unspeakables took their positions around him. This time, however, Andromeda Tonks knelt beside him within the circle, her wand moving in gentle diagnostic patterns over his body. Close your eyes, she instructed softly. Try to feel your magic as they begin releasing the bindings. It may help you maintain control during the surges. Harry obeyed, focusing inward as the chanting began. At first, he felt nothing unusual, just the now familiar sensation of magic washing over him. Then, as the first binding began to dissolve, he felt it, a warm current deep within his chest, like a stream suddenly flowing more freely. The first restriction is releasing, Andromeda murmured. Breathe through it, Harry. The warmth intensified, spreading through his limbs. It wasn't uncomfortable, exactly, but it felt strange, as if parts of himself that had been asleep were suddenly awakening. As the Unspeakables continued their work, the sensation grew stronger with each binding removed. By the third binding, Harry was sweating profusely, his body trembling with the effort of containing the surging magic. Colors swirled behind his closed eyelids, blues, golds, and a particularly vibrant emerald green that reminded him of descriptions of his mother's eyes. You're doing wonderfully, Andromeda encouraged, her cool hand on his forehead. 5 bindings released now. Your magical signature is stabilizing between surges. Harry lost track of time as the procedure continued. The magical surges came in waves, each more powerful than the last. Around the 10th binding, the surge was strong enough that he felt himself levitating slightly above the stone floor, his body lifted by his own uncontrolled magic. Containment wards holding, one of the Unspeakables reported. Magical output at 47% above baseline and rising. His core is adapting remarkably well, Andromeda noted, sounding impressed. Heart rate elevated but stable. The final bindings were the most difficult. As the 17th restriction dissolved, Harry felt a rush of power so intense that he cried out, his back arching as golden light seemed to pour from his very skin. For a terrifying moment, he thought he might be torn apart by the force of his own magic. Then Andromeda's voice cut through the chaos, calm and steady. Focus, Harry. The magic is yours to command, not the other way around. Find your center and draw the power inward. Gasping, Harry concentrated on the swirling energy, visualizing it condensing into a manageable form within his chest rather than exploding outward. Gradually, the wild surge receded, though he could still feel it pulsing just beneath his skin, eager for release. Final binding now, Croaker announced. Brace yourselves. The chanting reached a crescendo as the last magical restriction was carefully unraveled. This time, Harry was prepared for the surge, channeling the energy consciously rather than being overwhelmed by it. Even so, the rush of power was staggering, like a dam breaking after years of holding back a river. When it finally subsided, Harry lay exhausted but exhilarated in the center of the now faintly glowing ritual circle. Every cell in his body seemed to be humming with energy. He could feel his magic in a way he never had before, not as something separate that he accessed through a wand, but as an integral part of himself, like breathing or blood flow. Extraordinary, Madame Pomfrey murmured, casting diagnostic charms over him. His magical capacity has at least quadrupled, possibly more. We'll need to run standardized tests once he's recovered. How do you feel, Harry? Andromeda asked, helping him sit up slowly. Harry considered the question carefully. Different, he said finally. More complete somehow. Like I've been living in a fog that's finally lifted. An apt description. Croaker nodded. Those bindings were suppressing approximately 85% of your natural magical capacity. Even for a wizard of above-average power, such extensive restriction would be crippling. For someone with your inherent strength, it was tantamount to magical abuse, Snape finished bluntly. Deliberately stunting your development for years. Harry struggled to his feet, surprised by how steady he felt despite the exhaustion. Are all the bindings gone now? All the core restrictions, yes, Croaker confirmed. What remains are primarily compulsion charms affecting specific behaviors and a few minor hexes designed to make you physically clumsy or socially awkward. We'll address those tomorrow, after you've had time to adjust to the core changes. You should rest now, McGonagall advised. Your body needs time to acclimate to the new magical equilibrium. But Harry found he wasn't tired, despite the draining ritual. On the contrary, he felt more energized than ever before, magic tingling through his veins like electricity. Actually, I'd like to try something, he said, drawing his wand. It felt different in his hand now, almost too small, as if it could barely channel the power flowing through him. Just a simple spell, to see how it feels. The adults exchanged concerned glances. Perhaps something non-destructive, Flitwick suggested cautiously. A Lumos charm, maybe? Harry nodded, raising his wand. Lumos. Instead of the usual gentle glow at the wand tip, a blinding flash erupted, illuminating the entire hospital wing with the intensity of a miniature sun. Everyone flinched, shielding their eyes, and Harry hastily ended the spell. Sorry, he exclaimed, blinking away spots from his vision. I didn't expect that. Clearly, we'll need to work on control. Flitwick squeaked, adjusting his glasses which had been knocked askew. Fascinating, though. Your raw power levels are, well, I haven't seen anything like it since Dumbledore himself demonstrated advanced charms during my mastery examination. Harry felt a chill at the comparison to Dumbledore, but the excitement of his new capabilities quickly overcame it. Can we start right away? With control exercises, I mean? Tomorrow, Madame Pomfrey said firmly. For now, you need nutrition and rest. Your body has undergone significant changes today. Indeed, when Harry caught his reflection in a nearby window, he was startled by what he saw. He'd grown at least another 2 inches during the ritual, his shoulders had broadened, and his features had sharpened further. He looked like a 3rd or 4th year now, not the small, scrawny 11-year-old who had arrived at Hogwarts just over a week ago. Is this permanent? He asked, gesturing to his altered appearance. The physical changes reflect your body recovering from long-term magic-induced suppression, Andromeda explained. You're essentially catching up to where your natural development would have been without interference. You may experience additional growth over the coming weeks as your body continues to adjust, but the most dramatic changes should taper off soon. Harry nodded, still marveling at the transformation. It was as if his body was finally becoming truly his, not the half-starved, stunted form the Dursleys' neglect and Dumbledore's curses had created, but the person he was meant to be all along. One more matter before you rest, Madame Bones said, stepping forward. As promised, I've brought information regarding what we've learned from Dumbledore's interrogation and personal records. She held out a slim folder. This contains a summary of his plans regarding you, as far as we've been able to determine. It makes for difficult reading, but as you said, you deserve to know. Harry accepted the folder, feeling its weight in his hands. Thank you. I've arranged for Andromeda to remain at Hogwarts for the next few days, Bones continued. Both to assist with the final curse removals and to give you an opportunity to become acquainted, given her guardianship petition. If that's acceptable to you? Yes, that would be good, Harry agreed, glancing at Andromeda with new interest. He'd have to get to know all his potential guardians before making any decisions, but her calm competence during today's ritual had already made a favorable impression. Excellent. I'll return Wednesday for the final curse-breaking session and to update you on the Sirius Black investigation. We're making progress there. We've located Peter Pettigrew's case file, and there are inconsistencies that support the theory of Black's innocence. With that promising news, Harry finally allowed himself to be escorted to his recovery bed. Though he wasn't physically tired, the emotional weight of the day, from hearing the prophecy to experiencing the magical transformation, was beginning to sink in. Try to sleep if you can, Andromeda advised, setting a nutrition potion and a light calming draught on his bedside table. Your mind needs processing time as much as your body. Left alone, Harry settled against the pillows and opened the folder Madame Bones had given him. Inside were several sheets of parchment covered in neat official handwriting, along with what appeared to be copies of pages from a personal journal, Dumbledore's, presumably. Taking a deep breath, Harry began to read. Albus Dumbledore's plan for Harry Potter had been years in the making, predating even the prophecy that supposedly justified it. The folder contained notes dating back to James Potter's school days, tracking the Potter family's wealth, political connections, and magical lineage with disturbing thoroughness. When the prophecy emerged in early 1980, Dumbledore's writings showed an immediate shift in focus. He'd identified two possible subjects, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, both born as July-ended to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort. Rather than protecting both families equally, Dumbledore's notes revealed a calculated decision to position the Potters as the more likely targets, using a spy within Voldemort's ranks to ensure the Dark Lord heard a partial version of the prophecy. Potter child ideal for prophesied role, one entry read. Family wealth provides necessary resources. Ancient bloodline ensures magical potential. Parents talented but predictable, likely to sacrifice themselves if properly manipulated. The cold-blooded calculation made Harry's stomach turn. Dumbledore had effectively painted a target on his family, believing Harry would be a more suitable weapon than Neville due to his heritage and resources. After Voldemort's attack and his parents' deaths, Dumbledore's plans became even more elaborate. The placement with the Dursleys was deliberate, chosen not for blood protection, which could have been established anywhere, but to ensure Harry grew up isolated, ignorant of his heritage, and desperate for approval. The boy must arrive at Hogwarts malleable, Dumbledore wrote. No sense of entitlement or self-importance. Grateful for rescue from Muggle environment. Primed to view me as benevolent savior. Childhood hardship essential to develop necessary resilience for eventual sacrifice. Sacrifice. The word appeared repeatedly throughout the later entries. Dumbledore had believed, or claimed to believe, that Harry would ultimately need to die to defeat Voldemort completely, due to the soul fragment in his scar. The binding curses, the compulsion charms, the controlled introduction to the wizarding world, all were designed to create a child who would willingly walk to his death when told it was necessary for the greater good. Horcrux contamination confirmed. Read an entry from November 1981. Subject requires careful monitoring. Soul fragment contained but potentially useful as connection to riddle. Partial binding of magical core necessary to prevent premature detection or removal of fragment. The revelations continued, each more disturbing than the last. Dumbledore had orchestrated Harry's first encounter with the Weasleys, chosen Hagrid specifically to introduce him to the wizarding world, ensuring a biased, simplified view, and even tampered with the Sorting Hat to push Harry toward Gryffindor, where he could be more easily shaped into the sacrificial hero Dumbledore envisioned. Most chilling was the multi-phase plan for Harry's Hogwarts years, a series of carefully escalating tests, designed to prepare him for eventual confrontation with Voldemort, while maintaining Dumbledore's control. Year 1. Introduction to magical conflict via controlled encounter with Quirrell/Voldemort. Stone placement in school justified as security measure. Mirror enchantment ensures Potter alone can succeed, building confidence while reinforcing hero narrative. Dumbledore had planned to bring the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts deliberately to lure Voldemort, using Harry as bait to test both the boy's capabilities and the state of Voldemort's existence. The protections around the stone had been designed to be overcome by first years, not to actually secure the artifact. Subsequent years had equally manipulative scenarios outlined, culminating in what Dumbledore called the final gambit, a scenario where Harry, having learned of the horcrux in his scar, would willingly allow Voldemort to kill him, thus destroying the soul fragment, while preserving the possibility, though not the certainty, that Harry himself might survive. It was a cold, calculated plan spanning decades, treating Harry not as a child to be protected but as a tool to be honed and eventually expended in the fight against Voldemort. The entire scheme hinged on controlling every aspect of Harry's development, his knowledge, his friendships, his magical growth, even his self-image, all to produce a young man psychologically conditioned to sacrifice himself without question when the time came. By the time Harry finished reading, tears of rage streamed down his face. Everything, his entire life, had been orchestrated by a man who saw him as nothing more than a means to an end. The magnitude of the betrayal was almost incomprehensible. He didn't realize he was causing the objects around his bed to vibrate with uncontrolled magic until Andromeda rushed in, alerted by the monitoring charms. "Harry," she said gently, taking in his tear-streaked face and the scattered papers. "I see you've been reading Bones's file. He was never going to let me live." Harry choked out, gesturing at the damning evidence. "All that talk of love and second chances, and he planned for me to die from the moment my parents were killed." Andromeda sat beside him, not attempting to touch him but offering her presence as comfort. "Yes. I've read the file too. It's monstrous, what he planned for you." "Why?" Harry demanded, though he knew she couldn't truly answer. "Why me? Why not just kill Voldemort himself if he's so powerful? Why sacrifice a child?" "Albus Dumbledore has always believed himself the master chess player," Andromeda said after a thoughtful pause. "Moving pieces across the board, seeing patterns others miss, sacrificing when necessary for the greater good. But somewhere along the way, it seems he forgot that his pieces were people, children, with lives and dreams of their own." "He's evil," Harry stated flatly. "Everyone talks about Voldemort, but at least he was honest about what he was. Dumbledore pretended to be good while plotting murder. The worst evils are often committed by those who believe absolutely in their own righteousness." Andromeda agreed softly. "But Harry, there's something vital you should understand. His plan has failed. The horcrux is gone from your scar, removed without requiring your death. Your magic is unbound. His manipulations have been exposed. Whatever fate he designed for you, you're free of it now." Harry absorbed this, his breathing gradually steadying. She was right. Dumbledore's carefully constructed plan had collapsed entirely. The curses were being removed, the compulsions broken, the secrets exposed. For the first time, Harry's life could truly be his own. "What happens to him now?" he asked. "Will he go to Azkaban?" "His trial begins next week," Andromeda replied. "Given the evidence, conviction is virtually certain. The Wisengamot is divided on the appropriate sentence. Some argue for the Dementor's kiss, others for lifelong imprisonment. Either way, Albus Dumbledore's days of manipulating lives are over." Harry nodded, feeling a grim satisfaction. No punishment seemed adequate for what Dumbledore had planned, but knowing he would face justice was something, at least. "You should try to rest now," Andromeda suggested, gently gathering the scattered papers. "Tomorrow brings new challenges, and you'll need your strength." As she turned to leave, Harry called after her. "Mrs. Tonks? Thank you for helping today, and for talking to me now." She smiled warmly. "You can call me Andromeda, Harry." And you're welcome. I've arranged to have breakfast with you tomorrow, if that's acceptable? It would give us a chance to get to know each other better. I'd like that. Harry agreed, surprised to find he genuinely meant it. After she left, Harry lay back, staring at the ceiling. The anger still simmered beneath the surface, but it was tempered now by determination. Dumbledore had tried to make him a weapon, a sacrificial lamb to be slaughtered for the greater good. Well, Harry decided, he would indeed become formidable, but on his own terms and for his own purposes. Whatever confrontation the prophecy foretold between himself and Voldemort, Harry would face it as his own person, not as Dumbledore's carefully crafted tool. And he would survive it, prophecy be damned. With that resolution firmly in mind, he finally drifted into sleep. The next morning brought fresh challenges. After a surprisingly pleasant breakfast with Andromeda Tonks, during which Harry learned about her daughter, a clumsy but brilliant young Auror named Nymphadora who apparently hated her first name, her muggle-born husband Ted, a lawyer specializing in cases bridging the magical and non-magical worlds, and her own experience growing up in the traditionally dark-aligned House of Black, Harry attended his first classes since the core binding removal. The results were both gratifying and alarming. In charms, Professor Flitwick had assigned the class to practice the levitation charm they'd been working on for several sessions. Most students were still struggling to get their feathers to hover for more than a few seconds. Harry, remembering the blinding lumos from yesterday, attempted to modulate his magic carefully as he cast. Wingardium Leviosa, he whispered, making the gentlest swish and flick he could manage. The feather shot toward the ceiling like a rocket, embedding itself in the ancient stonework with such force that dust rained down on the startled class. "Oh! Well, that's certainly an enthusiastic levitation, Mr. Potter," Flitwick commented, blinking at the feather quivering in the ceiling 30 feet above. "Perhaps a bit more finesse next time?" Transfiguration proved equally challenging. The class was attempting to turn matches into needles, a spell Harry had already mastered. Confident he could control his magic better this time, he focused intently on the transformation, visualizing a perfect, slender silver needle. When the spell completed, not only had his match transformed into a needle, but so had every other match in a 5-foot radius, including those being held by his classmates. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said, eyebrows raised nearly to her hairline. "While your enthusiasm for transfiguration is commendable, it is customary to limit one's spell work to one's own materials." By lunchtime, Harry was thoroughly frustrated. Every spell he attempted resulted in dramatic overperformance, drawing unwanted attention and making normal class participation nearly impossible. When he accidentally set a herbology textbook ablaze with a simple cleaning charm, he'd had enough. "I need help," he admitted to Professor Flitwick after lunch. "I can't control the output." The tiny charms professor nodded understandingly. "Not unexpected, Mr. Potter. You've gone from severely restricted magical capacity to extraordinary power virtually overnight. It's rather like learning to walk with new legs. We'll arrange special training sessions to help you adjust." These sessions began that very afternoon, with Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and surprisingly, Snape taking turns working with Harry in a specially reinforced classroom. Magic is not merely about power, but precision. Snape instructed, watching critically as Harry attempted to levitate a feather to a specific height. "You're currently wielding a broadsword where a scalpel is required. Visualize not just the effect, but the exact degree of force needed. Focus on the magical pathway from core to wand," Flitwick suggested during his turn. "Imagine a valve that you can open partially rather than fully. Start with just a trickle of power, then gradually increase until you find the appropriate level." McGonagall's approach was more practical. Transfiguration requires intent above all else. Be specific in your visualization, not just the end result, but the exact scope of the change. Define boundaries in your mind before casting. By dinner, Harry had made modest progress. He could now cast basic spells without catastrophic results, though his magic remained far more powerful than was standard for first-year work. The professors agreed he would need ongoing specialized instruction to master his newly unbounded abilities. We'll develop a custom curriculum, McGonagall decided. Your regular classes for theory and observation, with private practical sessions until your control improves. I've already contacted several specialists who might assist. Like who? Harry asked curiously. Phileas has reached out to the International Dueling Circuit for control techniques. Pomona knows a herbology mistress who specializes in channeling wild magic. And Severus. She hesitated, glancing at the potion's master. I have connections among wand makers who study magical core dynamics, Snape said curtly. Your wand may no longer be optimally matched to your current magical signature. We should investigate alternatives. Harry looked down at his holly and phoenix feather wand. It had felt so perfect when Mr. Ollivander first matched him with it. Now it seemed almost reluctant in his hand, as if struggling to contain the magic flowing through it. Would I need a completely new wand? Perhaps, Snape acknowledged. Or your current wand might be modified. Ollivander is coming to assess the situation tomorrow. The special attention made Harry uncomfortable, reinforcing his unwanted status as something unusual, something other than normal. But he couldn't deny the necessity. His uncontrolled magic posed a genuine risk to himself and others. After dinner, he retreated to the Ravenclaw common room, seeking the comfort of normality among his housemates. To his relief, they treated his magical difficulties as an interesting academic problem rather than another reason to stare at the boy who lived. It's actually fascinating from a theoretical perspective, Padma Patil commented as they worked on Charm's homework together. Magical cores aren't supposed to develop so rapidly. The standard growth curve is gradual, peaking around magical maturity at 17. There are historical precedents, though, Terry Boot added, flipping through a thick tome on magical development. Merlin himself supposedly experienced a similar power surge after breaking free from Morgana's binding spells. And Godric Gryffindor's journals mention a great awakening of his magic after some unspecified ritual in his 20th year. That's if you believe Batty Bagshot's interpretation of the partial journal fragments, Anthony Goldstein countered. The actual evidence is inconclusive at best. Harry smiled as his housemates launched into a good-natured academic debate. This was exactly what he needed, to be treated as a participant in an intellectual discussion rather than as a curiosity or a victim. What does it feel like? Sully asked quietly while the others argued historical sources. Having all that magic suddenly available? Harry considered the question. Like I've been wearing really heavy weights all my life without knowing it, and someone finally took them off. Everything feels lighter, clearer. But also overwhelming sometimes, like my skin can barely contain it all. Sue nodded thoughtfully. My grandfather studied wandless magic traditions in Asia. He said true masters describe magic not as something they use, but something they are. Maybe that's what you're experiencing, magic as an integral part of yourself rather than a tool. That actually makes a lot of sense, Harry realized. Before the bindings were removed, casting spells had felt like reaching for something outside himself. Now magic seemed to flow from within, eager, sometimes too eager, to respond to his will. The conversation was interrupted by Robert Hilliard, the fifth-year prefect, approaching with a sealed note. Message for you, Potter. From Professor Snape, of all people. Curious, Harry broke the seal and read the brief message. Potter, new information regarding Black's case has emerged. Your presence is requested in the acting headmistress's office at 9 p.m. The gargoyle will admit you. Snape. Harry checked the time, 8:45. He'd have to leave immediately to reach McGonagall's office by 9. Everything okay? Padma asked, noticing his expression. I think so, Harry replied, tucking the note into his pocket. Just need to meet with Professor McGonagall about something. As he made his way through the corridors, Harry wondered what new development could have prompted an evening meeting. Madame Bones had mentioned inconsistencies in Pettigrew's case file, but Harry hadn't expected updates so soon. Perhaps they'd found more concrete evidence of Black's innocence? The Gargoyle Guardian stepped aside as Harry approached, revealing the spiral staircase to the headmaster's, now headmistress's, office. As he climbed, Harry heard multiple voices engaged in what sounded like a heated discussion. He knocked on the heavy wooden door, which swung open to reveal an unexpected gathering. Professor McGonagall sat behind the desk, with Professors Snape and Flitwick flanking her. Madame Bones stood near the fireplace, alongside a weary-looking man in aura robes whom Harry recognized as Kingsley Shacklebolt. But it was the final person who captured Harry's attention, a gaunt man with long, matted black hair and haunted eyes, wearing what appeared to be prison robes. Sirius Black. "Harry," the man whispered, his voice raspy from disuse. "Merlin's beard, look at you. You look so much like James, but with Lily's eyes." Harry stared, a fragment of memory surfacing. This man, younger and laughing, tossing baby Harry into the air while his father looked on indulgently and his mother scolded them both for being reckless. You're my godfather," Harry said uncertainly. Black nodded, swallowing hard. "I am. Though I've done a poor job of it, I'm afraid. Mr. Potter." Madame Bones stepped forward. "Extraordinary developments have occurred in Sirius Black's case. Evidence has emerged that conclusively proves his innocence. Peter Pettigrew was discovered alive this evening, confirming Mr. Black's version of events." "Pettigrew? Alive?" Harry repeated, struggling to process this information. "But I thought he was killed, the finger." "A ruse," Snape said coldly. "Pettigrew cut off his own finger before blasting apart the street and transforming into his animagus form, a rat. He's been hiding with a wizarding family for the past decade. The Weasleys," McGonagall added, "as their pet rat, Scabbers. When Ronald brought him to Hogwarts, the castle's wards, recently recalibrated after Dumbledore's removal, detected the animagus presence. We captured him this afternoon," Shacklebolt confirmed. "Under Veritaserum, he confessed to betraying your parents to Voldemort and framing Sirius for the murders. He was the Potter's secret keeper, not Black." Harry's mind reeled with the implications. "So he was innocent all along? He spent 10 years in Azkaban for nothing? A grave miscarriage of justice," Bones acknowledged grimly. "One apparently facilitated by Albus Dumbledore, who as Chief Warlock could have insisted on a proper trial but instead encouraged then-Minister Bagnall to expedite Black's imprisonment without one." "Why?" Harry demanded. "Why would Dumbledore want my innocent godfather in prison?" "Because I would have raised you," Black said, his haunted eyes suddenly fierce. "Your parents will name me as your guardian. I would never have allowed you to be placed with Petunia. Dumbledore needed me out of the way to implement his plans for you." The pieces clicked together in Harry's mind, adding another layer to Dumbledore's manipulations. With Sirius imprisoned, the path had been clear to place Harry with the Dursleys, where he could be molded into the sacrificial weapon Dumbledore required. "What happens now?" Harry asked, looking between Black and Madame Bones. "Mr. Black has been officially exonerated," Bones explained. "The Ministry will issue a formal apology and substantial compensation for his wrongful imprisonment. He's been granted temporary accommodations at St. Mungo's for medical treatment and recovery from prolonged Dementor exposure. Once I'm properly rehabilitated," Black added, his gaze fixed on Harry, "I intend to petition for guardianship, as your parents wished. But only if that's what you want, Harry. After 10 years apart, I wouldn't presume." Harry hesitated, torn between the pull of this connection to his parents and the awareness that the man before him was essentially a stranger, one clearly damaged by his years in wizarding prison. "I think I'd like us to get to know each other first. If that's okay?" Black's face lit with hope. "More than okay. It's wise, Harry. I need time to become someone worthy of guardianship again. But I'd like very much to be part of your life, in whatever capacity you're comfortable with." McGonagall cleared her throat. "We've arranged for Mr. Black to have visiting privileges at Hogwarts during his recovery. You'll be able to meet regularly in a supervised setting until you both decide on next steps. And this doesn't preclude other guardianship arrangements in the interim," Bones added. "The Tonks's, for instance, have offered a home while Mr. Black recovers. Andromeda is Sirius's cousin, so you would maintain connection to both your godfather and to your family legacy." Harry nodded, grateful for the measured approach. "That sounds reasonable. There's one more matter," Snape interjected, his expression carefully neutral. "Black's innocence has significant implications for the ongoing investigation into Dumbledore's actions. His testimony may provide additional context for decisions made in the aftermath of the Potters' deaths." "Indeed," Bones agreed. "Mr. Black has already provided valuable information regarding the original Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore's activities during the war. This will strengthen the case against him at trial." "When can I see Pettigrew?" Harry asked suddenly. "I want to look him in the eye, the man who betrayed my parents." The adults exchanged uncomfortable glances. "That won't be possible, I'm afraid," Bones said carefully. "After his confession was recorded, Pettigrew attempted to escape. In the process, he was fatally injured." Something in her tone suggested there was more to the story, but Harry didn't press. Whether Pettigrew had genuinely been killed during an escape attempt or something more deliberate had occurred, the result was the same. The man responsible for his parents' deaths had finally faced consequences. "I see," he said quietly. Black's expression was grimly satisfied, suggesting he wasn't particularly troubled by Pettigrew's fate either. "It's getting late," McGonagall observed, glancing at the ornate clock on the wall. "Mr. Potter should return to his dormitory. Perhaps you could continue this conversation tomorrow, when you've both had rest and time to process these developments?" Harry nodded, suddenly aware of the emotional exhaustion weighing on him. In just 2 weeks, his entire understanding of his life and history had been upended repeatedly. He needed time to absorb this latest revelation. As he turned to leave, Black stepped forward hesitantly. "Harry, there's so much I want to tell you. About your parents, about your early years. When you're ready to hear it." "I'd like that," Harry said sincerely. "Tomorrow, maybe?" Black nodded, a genuine smile transforming his gaunt face, making him look years younger. "Tomorrow. I'll bring photos. I've asked Remus to gather what he has. He was our other best friend, you know. He'll want to see you too, once he returns from abroad." Another connection to his parents, another piece of his history restored. Harry felt a warmth spreading through him despite the complexity of the situation. "I'd like to meet him too." As he walked back to Ravenclaw Tower, Harry's mind buzzed with the implications of all he'd learned. His godfather, innocent and free. Pettigrew, the true traitor, dead. Dumbledore's machinations extending even further than he'd realized. The path forward still uncertain, but with more possibilities opening before him. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry felt a genuine sense of hope, not just for survival or justice, but for actually building a life that belonged to him alone. The next morning, Harry woke to find the Daily Prophet already causing a sensation in the Ravenclaw common room. The front page blazed with the headline, "Black Innocent. Pettigrew the Traitor. Shocking twist in Potter murder case as dead hero. Found alive Sirius Black exonerated after 10 years in Azkaban." The article detailed the dramatic capture of Peter Pettigrew at Hogwarts, his confession under Veritaserum, and the immediate exoneration of Sirius Black. Minister Fudge was quoted expressing profound regret for this miscarriage of justice, and promising a full investigation into the procedural failures that allowed an innocent man to be imprisoned without trial. A second article, placed prominently beside the main story, drew even more attention. Dumbledore implicated in Black frame-up evidence suggests former Chief Warlock deliberately blocked trial. "He needed my godson isolated," claims freed Black. This piece connected Dumbledore's actions regarding Sirius to his broader manipulation of Harry, suggesting a calculated effort to remove anyone who might have interfered with his plans for the boy who lived. Wisencombe members were quoted expressing increasing alarm at the scope of Dumbledore's apparent machinations, with several calling for the most severe penalties available under magical law. "Is it true?" Terry Boot asked as Harry joined the group reading the paper. "Your godfather was innocent all along?" Harry nodded, still processing the reality himself. Looks that way. I met him briefly last night after they found Pettigrew. That's incredible, Padma breathed. 10 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. I can't imagine. He seemed damaged, Harry admitted quietly, but determined to recover. We're going to start getting to know each other. The Wisengamot's already approved emergency reparations, Anthony Goldstein noted, pointing to a smaller article. 500,000 galleons immediate compensation, with a formal hearing to determine full damages next month. Money can't give him back 10 years of his life, Harry said, a hint of bitterness creeping into his voice. Or give me back the childhood I could have had with him instead of the Dursleys. His housemates fell respectfully silent, acknowledging the truth of his words. Breakfast in the Great Hall was a subdued affair. The news about Pettigrew and Black had rocked the school, particularly affecting the Weasleys. Ron sat pale-faced at the Gryffindor table, clearly shaken by the revelation that his pet rat had actually been the man who betrayed the Potters. When he caught Harry looking his way, he offered a hesitant nod that Harry returned. They hadn't spoken much since the sorting, but Harry felt no animosity toward Ron, only sympathy for the shock he must be experiencing. After breakfast, Harry headed to the hospital wing for his scheduled meeting with Mr. Ollivander. The wand maker had arrived early and was deep in conversation with Professor Snape when Harry entered. "Ah, Mr. Potter," Ollivander greeted, his silvery eyes as unnervingly perceptive as Harry remembered from their meeting in Diagon Alley. "Extraordinary circumstances bring us together again. May I?" He gestured to Harry's wand. Harry handed it over, watching as Ollivander examined it carefully, turning it in his long fingers and occasionally murmuring to himself. "Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple," he recited from memory. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter." This one was particularly special. Its core came from Fawkes, Professor Dumbledore's Phoenix companion. Harry hadn't known that connection and felt a flicker of unease. Another link to Dumbledore, one literally in his hand every day. "The wand has served you well?" Ollivander inquired. "It did," Harry replied. "But since the binding curses were removed, it feels inadequate somehow. Like it's struggling to channel my magic properly." "Not surprising." Ollivander nodded. "This wand chose you when your magic was severely restricted. It matched that constrained version of your magical signature. Now that your true power has emerged, the compatibility is compromised." "So I need a new wand?" Harry asked, surprisingly reluctant to part with his first magical tool despite its connection to Dumbledore. "Not necessarily." Ollivander placed the wand on a silk cloth and drew his own. "Wand lore is complex, Mr. Potter. While most believe a wizard uses only one wand for life, historical records tell us that particularly powerful practitioners often require different wands at different stages of their magical development. Like Merlin's 3 wands," Snape interjected. "Or Paracelsus and his seasonal staves." "Precisely, Professor. I propose 2 options for Mr. Potter. First, we could attempt to modify this existing wand, perhaps with a secondary core material to help stabilize the increased magical flow. Or second, I could craft an entirely new wand specifically calibrated to his current abilities." "Which would be better?" Harry asked. "Both approaches have precedent," Ollivander said thoughtfully. "Modification preserves the connection you've established with this wand, but may result in a compromised instrument. A new wand would offer optimal channeling but requires building a fresh bond." Harry looked down at his holly wand, remembering the warm rush of connection he'd felt when first holding it. Despite everything, he wasn't ready to set it aside entirely. "Can we try modification first? If it doesn't work, I could always get a new one later." Ollivander smiled. "A wise approach. I'll need to conduct some tests to determine the appropriate secondary core material. This may take some time." For the next hour, Harry underwent a series of magical assessments, far more extensive than his original wand fitting. Ollivander had him cast various spells, measured magical resonance patterns with strange silver instruments, and even collected a drop of Harry's blood. "For affinity testing only, Mr. Potter," I assure you it will be destroyed afterward. Finally, the wand maker sat back, his expression intrigued. Fascinating. Your magical signature has not merely increased in strength, but shifted in fundamental character. There are elements now expressing themselves that were completely suppressed before. Is that bad? Harry asked nervously. Merely unexpected. Based on my analysis, I believe your wand would benefit from a dual-core configuration, the existing phoenix feather paired with... He hesitated, glancing at Snape. Thestral hair. Snape's eyebrows rose. An unusual combination. Phoenix and Thestral represent opposing magical principles, life and death, light and shadow. Precisely why it would stabilize Mr. Potter's expanded abilities. Ollivander explained. His magic now encompasses a broader spectrum than most wizards. The Phoenix core resonates with his courage and capacity for compassion, while the Thestral element would channel the more profound aspects of his power. Profound? Harry questioned. Magic touched by death, Mr. Potter. Ollivander said gently. You survived the killing curse. You carried a fragment of a Dark Lord's soul for a decade. Such experiences leave magical imprints that cannot be ignored, only integrated. The explanation made uncomfortable sense to Harry. Since the horcrux removal, he'd felt his magic as distinctly dual in nature, one aspect warm and vibrant, the other cooler and more controlled. Not dark, exactly, but certainly not conventionally light either. How would you add the second core? He asked. A delicate procedure, Ollivander admitted. I would need to partially deconstruct the wand, introduce the Thestral hair alongside the phoenix feather, then rebind the wood around both cores. The process would take approximately 3 days, during which you would need an alternate wand for classwork. I've taken the liberty of bringing several practice wands from the school's reserve collection, Snape said, producing a wooden box containing 5 wands of varying designs. None will match you perfectly, but they should suffice for basic spellwork until your primary wand is modified. Harry tested each wand, finally settling on a sturdy Rowan wand that, while not particularly responsive, at least didn't cause magical surges when he cast with it. With arrangements made for Ollivander to modify his holly wand, Harry moved on to his next appointment of the day, his first official meeting with Sirius Black. McGonagall had arranged for them to use her private sitting room adjacent to the headmistress's office. When Harry arrived, he found Sirius already waiting, looking markedly improved from the previous evening. His hair had been cut and cleaned, his prison robes replaced with simple but dignified dark blue robes, and some of the hollow gauntness had left his face, though the haunted look in his eyes remained. Harry, he said, rising as Harry entered. Thank you for coming. An awkward moment passed before Sirius gestured to the comfortable chairs arranged before a cheerful fire. Shall we sit? I hardly know where to begin. Professor McGonagall said you brought photos? Harry prompted, taking a seat. Yes, I did. Sirius produced a leather-bound album with obvious relief at having something concrete to focus on. Remus, that's Remus Lupin, your father's and my other best friend. He kept these safe all these years. Smart of him, really. I'd have lost them in Azkaban. He opened the album, revealing a moving photograph of 4 teenage boys in Hogwarts robes, arms slung around each other's shoulders, laughing uproariously at some forgotten joke. The Marauders, Sirius said, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. That's what we called ourselves. Pranksters extraordinaire, bane of the Hogwarts staff. Most particularly Filch, though McGonagall had our number too, make no mistake. He pointed to each figure in turn. James, your father? Brilliant at transfiguration, utterly hopeless at staying out of trouble. Captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team and the best friend anyone could ask for. Harry studied his father's face hungrily, the unruly black hair so like his own, the confident smile, the glasses perched slightly askew on his nose. In the photo, James Potter ruffled the hair of the boy beside him, ducking a retaliatory swat. That's me, obviously. Sirius continued. Bit full of myself in those days, if I'm honest. Thought I was Merlin's gift to witches and wizards alike. He sobered slightly. This is Remus. Brightest of us academically, though he'd never admit it. Always had his nose in a book, but we corrupted him pretty thoroughly by 5th year. The sandy-haired boy looked slightly ill in the photograph but was smiling nonetheless, clearly happy to be included in the group. And that's Peter. Sirius finished, his voice hardening as he indicated the shortest boy, who was beaming at the camera with what now seemed like false cheer. We thought he was our friend. Never suspected he'd betray us all. Harry stared at Pettigrew, trying to reconcile this ordinary-looking boy with the monstrous betrayal that had orphaned him and sent his godfather to Azkaban. How did you all become friends? Sirius's expression lightened. First day on the Hogwarts Express. James and I met in a compartment, bonded immediately over our shared love of Quidditch and mischief. Remus was sitting quietly in the corner, pretending to read but obviously listening to our increasingly outlandish plans for our school years. Peter just sort of attached himself to us. We didn't mind. We were all sorted into Gryffindor that night and became inseparable. He turned the page, revealing more photos, the boys growing older through their Hogwarts years, joined occasionally by other students, including a pretty red-haired girl who seemed to progress from looking annoyed at the camera to smiling reluctantly, to eventually being pictured arm-in-arm with James. Your mother, Sirius said, noticing Harry's focus. Lily Evans. Smartest witch in our year, fiery temper to match that beautiful red hair. James was madly in love with her from about 3rd year onward, but she couldn't stand him at first, thought he was an arrogant toe-rag, which, to be fair, he rather was. What changed her mind? Harry asked, fascinated. James grew up, Sirius said simply. Deflated his head a bit, stopped hexing people just because he could. Lily saw the man he was becoming rather than the boy he'd been. They started dating in 7th year, married right after graduation. He smiled at the memory. Beautiful wedding. Your grandparents went all out. The Potters had money and weren't shy about spending it on their only son's happiness. The album continued, showing James and Lily's wedding, their first home, and finally, the images Harry had been most eager to see, photographs of himself as a baby with his parents. In one particularly moving image, James was asleep on a couch with infant Harry sprawled across his chest, both with identical peaceful expressions. In another, Lily was reading aloud from a children's book, pausing occasionally to kiss baby Harry's head as he reached for the colorful moving illustrations. You were the center of their world, Harry, Sirius said softly. I've never seen two people more in love with their child. James used to carry you around showing you off to everyone who'd stand still long enough. And Lily, she was determined you'd have both magical and muggle knowledge, always reading to you from both wizarding and muggle children's books. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat. Were you around a lot? When I was a baby? As much as I could be. I was fighting in the war, same as your parents, but I visited at least weekly. You used to get so excited when I transformed. Oh, I'm an animagus, did you know? I can turn into a large black dog. You used to call me Pafu and try to ride on my back. The casual mention of frequent visits highlighted just how much Harry had lost when Sirius was wrongfully imprisoned. Not just parents, but a godfather who clearly adored him, who could have told him these stories years ago, who could have given him a real home instead of the cupboard under the stairs. I'm so sorry, Harry, Sirius said, seeming to read his thoughts. I should have been there for you. I made a terrible mistake the night your parents died. I was so consumed with rage at Peter's betrayal that I went after him instead of staying with you. If I had just kept my head, taken you as I was supposed to. It wasn't your fault, Harry said firmly. Dumbledore made sure you couldn't raise me. Even if you hadn't gone after Pettigrew, he'd have found some other way to separate us. Sirius's expression darkened. You're probably right. Albus always did play the long game. I just never imagined he'd sacrifice an innocent child's happiness for his plans. Or send an innocent man to Azkaban, Harry added. That too. Sirius sighed, running a hand through his newly trimmed hair. The mind healers at St. Mungo's say I shouldn't focus too much on what-ifs and might-have-beens. What matters is that I'm free now, and we have a chance to know each other, if that's what you want. It is, Harry confirmed. But I've also been getting to know Andromeda Tonks. She's been helping with the curse breaking, and we've had breakfast together a couple of times now. I like her, and her husband Ted seems nice too, from what she's told me. To Harry's relief, Sirius nodded approvingly. Andromeda is the best of the Black family, the only one with the courage to follow her heart instead of family tradition. She'd be an excellent guardian while I'm recovering. And she's my cousin, so you'd still be with family, in a manner of speaking. That's what I was thinking, Harry admitted. I'd still see you regularly, but I'd have a stable home with people who are, well, not fresh out of Azkaban and half mad? Sirius suggested wryly. It's all right, Harry. I'm self-aware enough to know I'm not ready for full-time guardianship yet. The Dementors took a toll that won't be fixed overnight. The honesty was refreshing after so many adults in Harry's life had lied to or manipulated him. Thank you for understanding. Of course. And once I'm properly recovered, however long that takes, we can reassess. Maybe you'll want to come live with me then, or maybe you'll be happy with Andromeda and Ted. Either way, I'll be in your life for good now. Wild hippogriffs couldn't drag me away. They spent the rest of the morning looking through the album, with Sirius sharing stories about each photograph, James's Quidditch triumphs, Lily's exceptional charm work, the pranks the Marauders had pulled, the cottage in Godric's Hollow where Harry had spent his first year of life. For Harry, it was like recovering a piece of himself he hadn't known was missing, his history, his origins, the love that had surrounded him before tragedy struck. When lunchtime approached, Sirius reluctantly closed the album. I should get back to St. Mungo's for my afternoon treatments. But I'd like to visit again soon, if that's all right? Perhaps this weekend? I'd like that. Harry agreed warmly. And, could you bring Remus next time? I'd like to meet him too. Sirius beamed. He'd love that. He's been desperate to see you, but wanted to give us time to connect first. He should be back in Britain by Friday. I'll bring him Saturday if McGonagall approves. As they said their goodbyes, Harry impulsively hugged his godfather. Sirius stiffened in surprise, then returned the embrace fiercely. You're so like them both, Harry, he whispered. James's look but Lily's heart. They'd be so proud of the person you're becoming. Harry returned to his afternoon classes with a lighter heart than he'd had in weeks. The prophecy still loomed, Voldemort was still a threat, and the effects of Dumbledore's manipulations continued to complicate his life. But for the first time, Harry felt like he was building connections that belonged solely to him, not arranged or compelled, but genuine and chosen. The days that followed fell into a new routine. Mornings were dedicated to regular classes, though Harry continued to use the practice wand that limited his magical output. Afternoons alternated between specialized control training with various professors and the final stages of curse removal with the Department of Mysteries team. Evenings were spent in Ravenclaw Tower, where Harry found himself increasingly comfortable among his academically minded housemates. By Thursday, the remaining compulsion charms had been removed, leaving only a handful of minor hexes, mostly physical impediments designed to make Harry appear chronically clumsy and uncoordinated. These were easily dispelled in a single session, leaving Harry finally, completely free of Dumbledore's magical influence. The physical changes continued as his body adjusted to its natural state. He'd grown another inch, his vision remained supernaturally sharp, and his movements had become more graceful and assured as the clumsiness hexes faded. Several professors commented on the transformation, particularly Madame Hooch, who observed during their flying lesson that Harry showed natural talent that rivaled his father's legendary Quidditch abilities. You should consider trying out next year, Potter, she suggested after watching him execute a perfect diving turn. First years aren't eligible for house teams, but you'd be a shoo-in for Ravenclaw Seeker as a second year with those reflexes. The suggestion pleased Harry. Though he'd never seen a Quidditch match, Sirius's stories about James's prowess as a chaser had sparked his interest in the sport. Friday brought the return of Harry's Holly Wand, now successfully modified by Ollivander. The wand maker presented it with obvious pride, explaining the changes. The thestral hair has been successfully integrated alongside the phoenix feather, he said, handing the wand to Harry. You'll notice subtle visual differences. The wood has darkened slightly and there's a faint spiraling pattern where the dual cores intertwine. Harry examined the wand, noting the changes Ollivander had mentioned. The wood had indeed darkened from its original light color to a rich, deep brown with an almost reddish undertone. Fine spiral patterns were barely visible along its length, like veins beneath skin. Try it, Ollivander encouraged. Nothing too ambitious at first. Taking a deep breath, Harry cast the simple lumos. The wand warmed pleasantly in his hand, and a perfectly controlled ball of light appeared at its tip. Bright but not blinding, stable and easily maintained. Excellent! Ollivander beamed. Now something more complex. Perhaps the levitation charm? Harry pointed the wand at a nearby quill. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather rose smoothly to hover at eye level, responding perfectly to the subtle movements of Harry's wand. Unlike his previous attempts since the binding removal, there was no excessive force, no straying, just a seamless connection between his intention and the magic's effect. It feels... Harry searched for the right words. It feels like an extension of myself now. More so than before. As it should. Ollivander nodded approvingly. The dual-core configuration allows for more nuanced magical expression. You'll find it particularly effective for both defensive and transformative magic, areas where your natural abilities appear strongest. Harry spent the next hour testing the modified wand under Ollivander's supervision, growing increasingly comfortable with its enhanced responsiveness. By the time they finished, he could cast even complex spells with precision that impressed both the wand maker and Professor Flitwick, who had been observing the session. Remarkable control, Mr. Potter, Flitwick squeaked enthusiastically. You've made more progress in a week than most wizards achieve in years of practice. The wand deserves much of the credit, Harry said, but Ollivander shook his head. The wand is merely a channel, Mr. Potter. The power and control come from within you. What we've accomplished is creating an instrument better suited to your exceptional abilities. That evening, Andromeda and Ted Tonks joined Harry for dinner in a private dining room off the Great Hall. McGonagall had arranged the meeting to allow Harry to get to know Ted and discuss the potential guardianship arrangement more seriously. Ted Tonks proved to be a jovial, good-natured man with a quick wit and an easy laugh. Where Andromeda retained some of the aristocratic bearing of her black family upbringing, Ted was thoroughly unpretentious, treating Harry like an equal rather than a celebrity or a child. So you're in Ravenclaw? Ted remarked as they enjoyed dessert. Excellent house. I was a Hufflepuff myself, not quite bright enough for the Eagles, but I've always admired Ravenclaw's dedication to knowledge for its own sake. Ted's being modest. Andromeda interjected. He graduated top of our year in Muggle studies and went on to create an entire legal practice bridging the magical and non-magical worlds. That requires more intelligence than most Ravenclaws I know. Ted grinned, clearly accustomed to his wife's corrections. Different kinds of smarts, I suppose. How are you finding it there, Harry? Settling in all right? I like it, Harry said truthfully. Everyone's interested in learning, but not in a competitive way. It's more about discovering things together. And they've been really understanding about everything that's happened. That's the benefit of a house that values intellect, Andromeda observed. They analyze situations rather than jumping to emotional reactions. Though I've nothing against emotion, I was a Slytherin, after all, and we feel things quite deeply, whatever the stereotypes might suggest. The conversation flowed easily from there, covering everything from Harry's classes to Ted's legal work to their daughter Nymphadora's adventures as a newly qualified Auror. Unlike his previous interactions with adults, Harry found himself treated as an active participant in the discussion rather than a subject to be managed or a child to be directed. When the topic inevitably turned to guardianship, Ted approached it with the same straightforward manner he'd shown throughout dinner. Here's where we stand, Harry. Andromeda and I would be honored to become your guardians, temporary or permanent, whatever works best for you. We have a comfortable home in a mixed magical Muggle area, plenty of space, and we'd do our utmost to provide stability while respecting your independence. We've already discussed arrangements with Sirius. Andromeda added. He would have unrestricted visitation rights and could stay with us when not at St. Mungo's. As he recovers, you two could build your relationship without pressure, and eventually make decisions about long-term arrangements. What about during Hogwarts holidays? Harry asked, having already begun to worry about where he would go when school ended. You'd come home with us, Ted said simply. Christmas, Easter, summer, whenever school's not in session. Our home would be your home, for as long as you need or want it to be. And if I eventually wanted to live with Sirius instead? Harry pressed, watching their reactions carefully. Neither showed offense at the question. Then we'd help make that transition as smooth as possible. Andromeda assured him. Our goal is your well-being, Harry, not possession of you. If living with Sirius becomes the best option for you in the future, we'd support that completely. The answer cemented Harry's growing certainty that the Tonkses were the right choice for now. They offered stability without attempting to control him, connection to both his godfather and his magical heritage, and a genuine desire to help without ulterior motives. I think I'd like you to be my guardians, he said finally. At least until Sirius is fully recovered and we can see what happens then. Andromeda smiled warmly. We'd be honored, Harry. I'll speak with Madame Bones about finalizing the arrangements before Dumbledore's trial begins next week. As Harry returned to Ravenclaw Tower that night, he reflected on how dramatically his circumstances had changed in just 2 weeks. From an unwanted burden at the Dursleys to a manipulated pawn in Dumbledore's schemes to now, a young wizard with growing control of his considerable power, connections to his parents' world, and adults who genuinely seemed to care about his well-being rather than his strategic value. There were still challenges ahead. The prophecy's implications remained daunting. Voldemort was not truly defeated, and Dumbledore's trial promised to reveal even more uncomfortable truths about the past. But for the first time in his memory, Harry faced these challenges not as an isolated, constrained child, but as part of something larger, a network of support and care that he was choosing for himself. It wasn't the life his parents had envisioned for him, nor the one Dumbledore had planned. It was, finally, becoming his own. Dumbledore's trial began the following Monday, drawing unprecedented attention from the wizarding world. The Daily Prophet devoted its entire front section to coverage, with moment-by-moment updates and analysis from legal experts. International observers had arrived from magical governments worldwide, recognizing the historic significance of putting Britain's most celebrated wizard on trial for crimes against the boy who lived. Harry himself had been spared the ordeal of testifying in person. Instead, certified pensive memories of the diagnostic spell results, along with sworn statements from the Hogwarts staff and Department of Mysteries team, provided the primary evidence. Madame Bones had insisted on this approach, arguing successfully that subjecting Harry to cross-examination would constitute further trauma to a minor who had already suffered enough. Though absent from the proceedings, Harry followed them closely through the Prophet's reporting and updates from Madame Bones, who visited Hogwarts each evening to brief him personally on the day's developments. Dumbledore continues to maintain that his actions were necessary for the greater good, she reported Wednesday evening, looking weary after 3 days of intense legal battle. His defense rests entirely on the prophecy and the threat of Voldemort's return. He claims the bindings and compulsions were regrettable but essential safeguards to ensure you would be capable of fulfilling your prophesied role when the time came. And the Wizengamot is buying that? Harry asked incredulously. Some members find it compelling, particularly those who lived through the First War and remember the terror of Voldemort's reign. Others are rightfully skeptical, pointing out that suppressing your magic and placing you with abusive guardians hardly constitutes preparation for confronting a Dark Lord. What about the horcrux in my scar? Is he using that to justify everything too? Bones nodded grimly. Indeed. He claims the soul fragment required containment rather than removal due to unspecified magical necessities related to your eventual confrontation with Voldemort. Our experts have thoroughly debunked this claim, demonstrating that standard horcrux containment would require at most 2 specialized wards, not 89 distinct magical constraints. And my parents' will? The money he stole from my vaults? Sending Sirius to Azkaban without a trial? Harry pressed, anger building as he recounted the long list of violations. All this has been presented as evidence. Dumbledore's responses grow increasingly abstract when confronted with these specific charges. He speaks of regrettable necessities and painful choices made for the greater good, but offers no concrete justification for actions clearly designed to isolate you and maintain his control. How much longer will the trial last? Closing arguments are scheduled for Friday, with a verdict expected Monday at the latest. Bones hesitated, then added, Harry, I should prepare you. There's significant division within the Wisengamot regarding the appropriate sentence if Dumbledore is convicted, which seems increasingly likely. Some advocate for life imprisonment, others for the Dementor's kiss, while a minority argues for leniency due to his past service to the wizarding world. I don't care what they do to him, Harry said flatly, though this wasn't entirely true. I just want to make sure he can never hurt anyone else the way he hurt me. Bones nodded understandingly. Whatever the sentence, his days of influence are over. His positions have been permanently stripped, his assets frozen pending reparations, and his reputation irreparably damaged. Albus Dumbledore will never again be in a position to manipulate a child's life as he did yours. The promise offered some comfort, though Harry found himself increasingly restless as the trial progressed. The constant reminders of Dumbledore's betrayal, combined with the ongoing adjustment to his unbound magic, left him struggling to focus on normal schoolwork. Even his modified wand sometimes seemed inadequate to channel the power that continued to grow as his magical core stabilized in its natural state. Professor Flitwick noticed his distraction during charms on Thursday and suggested a solution. You need a constructive outlet, Mr. Potter, a way to channel your magic and your emotions productively. Might I suggest beginning dueling training? Not formal competition, of course, but foundational techniques for magical combat. The idea appealed to Harry immediately. Yes, please. When could we start? This evening, if you're available. I was a dueling champion in my younger years, you know. I could begin teaching you the basic forms and some elementary defensive spells. Thus began another addition to Harry's already busy schedule. Each evening after dinner, he now spent an hour with Professor Flitwick in a specially reinforced classroom, learning the formal stance, wand movements, and core spells of wizarding dueling. To Harry's surprise, the structured practice proved remarkably effective at helping him control his surging magic. Dueling requires precision above all else, Flitwick explained during their second session. Power without control is worse than useless. It's dangerous to oneself and others. Focus on directing your magic with intention, not force. Harry found the discipline satisfying, particularly as he mastered increasingly complex shield charms and deflection techniques. By the end of the week, he could maintain a Protego shield strong enough to withstand Flitwick's moderate-strength offensive spells, an achievement the tiny professor declared extraordinary for a wizard of any age, let alone a first year. On Friday evening, as Harry practiced shield variations with Flitwick, a silver lynx Patronus bounded through the classroom wall, speaking in Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice. Verdict reached early. Dumbledore convicted on all counts. Sentencing Monday. Bones requests Potter's presence in her office at Hogwarts immediately. Flitwick ended the lesson at once, escorting Harry to the small office Madame Bones had been using during her frequent visits to the school. They found her waiting with Professors McGonagall and Snape, along with Andromeda Tonks and Sirius Black, who had been granted a weekend pass from St. Mungo's to visit Harry. Harry. Bones greeted him, her expression solemn but satisfied. As you've heard, the verdict has been delivered. Albus Dumbledore has been found guilty of all charges, including magical assault on a minor, illegal use of compulsion charms, embezzlement from a noble house, interference with a lawful will, and gross negligence in his duties as chief warlock regarding Sirius's imprisonment. Good, Harry said simply, processing the news. Though expected, the confirmation of Dumbledore's guilt still carried emotional weight. What happens now? Sentencing will take place Monday morning. The Wisengamot will determine between 3 possible penalties: life imprisonment in Azkaban, the Dementor's kiss, or permanent magical binding combined with exile from magical Britain. Do I have any say in it? Harry asked. Bones hesitated. As the primary victim, you have the right to submit a statement expressing your preference regarding sentencing. It would not be binding on the Wisengamot, but would carry significant influence. Harry hadn't expected this option and found himself unsure how to respond. Part of him, the part still raw with betrayal and anger, wanted Dumbledore to suffer as severely as possible. Another part recoiled at the thought of essentially condemning a man to a fate like the Dementor's kiss, regardless of his crimes. You don't need to decide immediately, McGonagall said gently, noting his conflict. Take the weekend to consider. Any statement would need to be submitted by Sunday evening. In the meantime, Andromeda interjected, I have some positive news. The guardianship papers have been processed and approved. Ted and I are now officially your legal guardians, Harry, both in the magical and muggle worlds. Sirius stepped forward, placing a supportive hand on Harry's shoulder. And I've been granted provisional visitation rights, with the possibility of shared guardianship once my treatment is further along. The arrangements we discussed are now legally binding. The good news helped balance the emotional complexity of Dumbledore's conviction. Harry had a home now, with people who genuinely wanted him, not for his fame or his prophesied role, but simply for himself. Thank you, he said, looking between Andromeda and Sirius with genuine gratitude. All of you, for everything you've done. There's one more matter, Bones added. The Ministry has authorized the release of your parents' personal effects from the sealed vault at Godric's Hollow. These items, photographs, journals, wands, and other possessions, are rightfully yours. They've been transferred to a special vault at Gringotts, accessible to you with Andromeda or Sirius's accompaniment. More pieces of his past restored, more connections to James and Lily Potter recovered from Dumbledore's interference. Harry felt a rush of emotion too complex to name. Could we visit the vault tomorrow? He asked, looking to Andromeda and Sirius. I'd like to see what's there. Of course, Andromeda agreed immediately. I'll make arrangements with Gringotts for a morning appointment. And perhaps afterward, Sirius suggested tentatively. You might like to meet Remus? He's staying at my family's London house while I'm at St. Mungo's. We could have lunch there, if Professor McGonagall approves the off-grounds visit. Given the circumstances, I believe we can make an exception to the usual restrictions. McGonagall confirmed. Mr. Potter has certainly earned some special consideration after all he's endured. With these plans in place, Harry returned to Ravenclaw Tower, his mind whirling with the day's developments. Dumbledore convicted. His guardianship officially established with the Tonksas. A chance to recover his parents' possessions. Meeting the last of his father's true friends. And hanging over it all, the decision about what punishment he believed Dumbledore deserved. Gringotts Bank looked different to Harry on his second visit. Where his first trip with Hagrid had been overwhelming and confusing, now he entered with greater understanding of the wizarding world and his place in it. The goblins, too, treated him differently, not with the perfunctory efficiency they showed most customers, but with a particular kind of formal respect. Mr. Potter, the goblin who greeted them intoned with a slight bow. Gringotts welcomes you. I am Barchoke, Senior Vault Manager for the Potter Estate. If you and your guardians will follow me, I will escort you to the secured vault containing your parents' personal effects. They followed Barchoke to a different set of carts than Harry had used before, these more elegantly appointed and significantly less breakneck in their operation. As they descended into the depths of the bank, Andromeda explained quietly. The Potter family is considered Goblin Friend, an ancient designation rarely bestowed on wizards. Your grandfather Fleamont did something significant for the Goblin Nation, though the details aren't widely known. My father's father was a potioneer. Sirius added. Invented Sleekeasy's hair potion, made a fortune. But he was also known for ethical business practices, including fair partnerships with magical beings like goblins and centaurs for ingredient harvesting. Rare in his day, still rare now, if I'm honest. This glimpse into his family history fascinated Harry. Like so much else, his heritage had been kept from him, not just the magical aspects, but the values his family had stood for, their contributions to the wizarding world beyond simply opposing Voldemort. The vault Barchoke led them to was not in the high-security section where Harry had visited his money vault with Hagrid, but in a specialized area Barchoke referred to as the artifact preservation level. The door bore no keyhole, only a flat metal plate at its center. Blood recognition vault, Barchoke explained, gesturing Harry forward. A single drop will suffice. Somewhat nervously, Harry placed his hand on the plate, which pricked his finger with surprising gentleness. The blood droplets seemed to sink into the metal, and complex patterns spread outward from the contact point, glowing briefly before the vault door silently swung open. Inside, Harry found not gold or treasures but something far more precious to him, the preserved remnants of his parents' lives. The vault was organized like a small museum, with artifacts carefully arranged on shelves, in display cases, or hung on walls. A large table at the center held several wooden crates, apparently containing items not yet unpacked. The Ministry Recovery Team extracted these items from your parents' cottage in Godric's Hollow shortly after the attack, Barchoke informed them. On Dumbledore's orders as your magical guardian, they were sealed until your majority. When his guardianship was revoked, the Ministry authorized their immediate release to you. Harry moved through the vault slowly, taking in everything with reverent attention. Here was his mother's wand, Willow, 10¼ inches, excellent for charm work according to a small identification card beside it. There was his father's, Mahogany, 11 inches, particularly good for transfiguration. Family photographs in silver frames showed generations of Potters, some dating back centuries. Books with handwritten notes in the margins revealed his parents' thoughts and interests. A collection of Quidditch gear, including a professional quality broom with Potter engraved on the handle, spoke of his father's passion for the sport. Most moving were the personal items, his mother's jewelry box containing not only valuable pieces but sentimental treasures like a child's beaded bracelet labeled Lily age 7, his father's collection of Marauder memorabilia, including charmed parchments with elaborate pranking plans, baby toys that must have been Harry's own, including a stuffed black dog that made him smile sadly. There's so much, he said, overwhelmed by the tangible connections to his past. I never thought. I didn't expect. They were real people with full lives, Sirius said gently, understanding what Harry couldn't quite articulate. Not just martyrs or heroes or symbols, but people who collected things and had hobbies and made jokes and kept souvenirs. We can take some items with us today, Andromeda suggested. The rest can remain safely here until you're ready to decide what to do with them. Harry nodded, carefully selecting a few treasures to bring with him, a photo album different from the one Sirius had shown him, focusing specifically on his early months with his parents, his mother's charm journal, filled with her handwritten notes on spell creation, a small box containing what appeared to be communication mirrors, which Sirius identified as enchanted devices he and James had used to talk to each other during separate detentions, and the stuffed black dog, which made Sirius's eyes suspiciously bright when Harry chose it. Padfoot, Sirius said, gently touching the worn toy. You wouldn't go to sleep without him. Lily used to joke that I'd corrupted you before you could even talk. With these precious items carefully packed in a specialized container provided by Barchoke, they left Gringotts and proceeded to the next destination on their day of connection building, Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Black family, where Remus Lupin waited to meet Harry. Number 12 Grimmauld Place was a study in contrasts. From the outside, it appeared as a grim, deteriorating townhouse that somehow existed between numbers 11 and 13 without the Muggle neighbors noticing. Inside, it was dark and forbidding in some areas, while other rooms showed signs of recent, aggressive cleaning and renovation. Sorry about the state of the place, Sirius apologized as they entered. It was abandoned for years after my mother died, with only a half-mad house elf for maintenance. Remus has been working on making it habitable, but it's slow going with all the cursed objects and dark magic residue. Not to mention your mother's charming portrait in the hall," Andromeda added dryly. "I'd forgotten what a delightful woman Aunt Walburga was. We've learned to sneak past that particular spot," came a new voice as a tall, prematurely graying man emerged from a doorway further down the hall. He was thin and shabbily dressed, with scars crossing his face, but his smile was warm and his eyes, amber-colored and intelligent, fixed on Harry with barely contained emotion. "Harry," he said softly, "you have no idea how long I've waited to see you again. Professor Lupin." Sirius made the introduction. "Though he's not actually a professor yet, despite my best efforts to convince Minerva he'd be perfect for defense against the dark arts." "Just Remus, please," the man said, extending his hand to Harry. "Or Mooney if you prefer, that was my marauder name." Harry shook the offered hand, studying the man who had been his father's other best friend. There was a gentleness to Remus that contrasted with Sirius's more impulsive energy, but also a sense of contained strength. "Sirius has told me about you," Harry said. "And I've seen you in the photographs. You were there when I was a baby?" "As often as I could be," Remus confirmed, leading them into a recently renovated sitting room where lunch had been laid out. "Though not as frequently as Sirius. I had health issues that complicated matters. Remus is a werewolf," Sirius stated bluntly, earning a sharp look from his friend. "What?" "We agreed no more secrets from Harry, remember? Too many people have lied to him already. I was planning to explain more gradually," Remus said with a sigh. "But yes, Harry, I suffer from lycanthropy. I was bitten as a child and transformed during the full moon. Your father, Sirius, and Peter became animagi illegally during school to keep me company during transformations. It was a remarkable act of friendship that meant the world to me." Rather than being frightened or repulsed, Harry found himself impressed by both Remus's honesty and his father's loyalty to a friend. "That must be difficult for you. The transformations, I mean." "They are," Remus acknowledged, seeming relieved by Harry's matter-of-fact response. "Though there have been recent improvements in Wolfsbane potion that make the experience somewhat more manageable. But enough about my condition. I want to hear about you, Harry. Sirius tells me you've been sorted into Ravenclaw?" Over lunch, the conversation flowed naturally between past and present. Remus shared stories of Lily's academic brilliance and James's transformation from insufferable prankster to merely occasional prankster with leadership qualities. In return, Harry described his experiences at Hogwarts, his growing comfort in Ravenclaw, and the ongoing process of adjusting to his unbound magic. "I've been following the reports of Dumbledore's trial," Remus said, his expression darkening. "I still find it difficult to reconcile the man I thought I knew with someone capable of such calculated manipulation. He fooled everyone," Andromeda pointed out. "Even those closest to him." "Not everyone," Sirius countered, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Snape seemed suspiciously unsurprised by the revelations. Almost as if he'd suspected Dumbledore's true nature all along. "Severus has always been more perceptive than most give him credit for," Remus acknowledged. "And he had a complex relationship with Dumbledore from the beginning, gratitude mixed with resentment, trust tempered by suspicion. He's been helping me," Harry said, feeling oddly compelled to defend the potion's master despite their initially antagonistic relationship. "With the curse breaking, and with controlling my magic. He's not exactly friendly, but he's been fair. Wonders never cease," Sirius muttered, though without real venom. "I suppose near-death experiences and false imprisonment give one perspective." As lunch concluded, Remus presented Harry with an unexpected gift, a hand-drawn map of Hogwarts, showing secret passages and hidden rooms unknown to most students or staff. "A simplified version of something your father, Sirius, Peter, and I created during our school days," he explained. "The original was far more elaborate. It showed the location of every person in the castle in real time, among other features. Unfortunately, it was confiscated in our 7th year and never recovered." "This is brilliant," Harry said, studying the map with fascination. Thank you. There's something else I'd like to offer, with Andromeda and Sirius's permission, Remus continued. Regular correspondence lessons in defense against the dark arts. Your current professor is, well, by all accounts, Professor Quirrell is not providing adequate instruction. Given what you may eventually face, according to the prophecy, specialized training could be invaluable. The mention of the prophecy sobered the mood. Though Harry had shared its contents with his new guardians, they had tacitly avoided discussing its implications until now. I think that's an excellent idea, Andromeda said after a moment. Harry's magical education should be comprehensive, especially in defensive magic. I've been working with Professor Flitwick on dueling basics, Harry added, warming to the idea. Having additional training from you would be brilliant. With this arrangement agreed upon, the conversation turned to practical matters regarding Harry's living arrangements. The Tonks' home in the countryside north of London would become Harry's primary residence during holidays, with regular visits from both Sirius and Remus. During summer, they might spend time at other properties as well. The Potters owned a cottage in Wales that had not been entailed in the main estate, and Sirius had a small house in France that might make a pleasant vacation destination. You'll have choices, Harry, Andromeda emphasized. Real choices about where you spend your time and with whom. No more being shuffled about according to someone else's agenda. As the afternoon drew to a close and they prepared to return to Hogwarts, Harry found himself contemplating the decision that awaited him regarding Dumbledore's sentencing. Seeing his thoughtful expression, Remus drew him aside for a private word while Sirius and Andromeda discussed transportation arrangements. I understand you have a difficult choice to make, he said quietly. Harry nodded. I don't know what to say in my statement. Part of me wants him to suffer for what he did to me, to my parents, to Sirius. But another part feels like letting that anger control me is giving him another kind of power over my life. Remus considered this thoughtfully. That's remarkably insightful, Harry. Revenge rarely brings the satisfaction we imagine it will. But justice is something else entirely. What's the difference? Revenge is personal. It seeks to inflict pain in return for pain suffered. Justice is societal. It seeks to protect others from similar harm and establish consequences for violations of common values. Remus smiled slightly. Your mother was passionate about the distinction. She believed in justice without vindictiveness. What would she want me to do about Dumbledore? I can't speak for Lily with certainty, Remus said carefully, but I believe she would want you to advocate for whatever outcome would best protect others from manipulation similar to what you experienced, while allowing you to move forward with your life unburdened by hatred or resentment. This perspective resonated with Harry. The question wasn't what punishment would make him feel better or what Dumbledore deserved in some cosmic sense, but what would best serve the welfare of the wizarding world while allowing Harry himself to heal and move forward. By the time they returned to Hogwarts that evening, Harry had made his decision. With Andromeda's help, he composed a measured, thoughtful statement to the Wizengamot regarding Dumbledore's sentencing. Rather than calling for the harshest possible punishment, he advocated for permanent magical binding combined with exile, a sentence that would neutralize Dumbledore as a threat without descending into what could be perceived as vengeance. Albus Dumbledore's crimes against me and others were enabled by his extraordinary magical power and his positions of authority, Harry wrote. Removing both permanently would prevent similar abuses while acknowledging that even justice must be tempered with mercy. I asked the Wizengamot to consider not what will punish him most severely, but what will best protect future generations from similar manipulation. Madame Bones, reading the statement before its official submission, nodded approvingly. This shows remarkable maturity, Harry. The Wizengamot will be impressed, and influenced, I suspect. It's what feels right, Harry said simply. I don't want his fate controlling my thoughts anymore. I want to focus on the future, not the past. That night, in the privacy of his four-poster in Ravenclaw Tower, Harry opened his mother's charmed journal for the first time. The neat, precise handwriting filled page after page with complex magical theory, experimental results, and personal observations. Interspersed throughout were small sketches, humorous asides, and occasional references to J. That grew increasingly affectionate as the journal progressed through her Hogwarts years. On the final page, dated just 3 weeks before her death, Lily had written, "Completed the modified Fidelius today. James thinks I'm being overly cautious with the secondary anchor, but I can't shake the feeling that we need every protection possible for Harry. The spell matrix is complex, binding the secondary anchor to Harry's blood while maintaining the primary link through Peter, but the redundancy seems wise given the circumstances. If anything happens to us, the secondary protocol should activate, though I pray it never becomes necessary. Our beautiful boy deserves a life filled with joy, not shadow." Harry stared at the entry, pulse quickening. A modified Fidelius? A secondary anchor? Was this related to the protection that had supposedly saved him from Voldemort's killing curse? He would need to show this to the experts, Flitwick for the charm work, Andromeda for the blood magic implications, maybe even Snape for his insights into how it might have interacted with Voldemort's attack. His mother had been working on something significant, something beyond the standard magical protections most wizarding parents employed. For the first time, Harry felt not just the ache of his parents' absence, but genuine curiosity about their intellectual and magical legacies. They hadn't just died for him, they had lived for him too, using their considerable talents to create protections and possibilities that were only now coming to light. Tomorrow, he would begin exploring those legacies more fully. But tonight, he simply ran his fingers over his mother's handwriting, feeling connected to her through the ideas she had committed to paper, through the love that had motivated her research, through the magical heritage that was his birthright, not as the boy who lived, but as the son of Lily and James Potter. With that comforting thought, Harry closed the journal and drifted into sleep, dreaming not of prophecies or dark lords or manipulative headmasters, but of a red-haired woman bent over parchment, working complex magic to protect the son she loved beyond measure. Chapter 3. Rising from ashes. Monday morning dawned crisp and clear, the October sky a brilliant blue over Hogwarts' ancient towers. Harry stood at the window of Ravenclaw Tower, watching a flock of owls soar toward the Oli, their wings catching the early sunlight. Today, the Wizengamot would sentence Albus Dumbledore for his crimes. Whatever the outcome, it would mark the end of a chapter in Harry's life, though not, he knew, the end of the story. "Ready for breakfast?" Terry Boot asked, joining him at the window. In the 2 weeks since Harry had joined Ravenclaw, Terry had become something of a friend, not pushing for details about the boy who lived drama, but offering quiet companionship instead. "As ready as I'll ever be," Harry replied, turning from the view. "Expecting today's prophet to be a circus." Understatement of the century, Terry agreed as they headed down to the common room. "My dad's on the Wizengamot, Administrative Services section, not the full court, and he says they've had to triple the security for today's sentencing." The Great Hall was buzzing with speculation when they arrived. Students huddled over copies of the Daily Prophet's morning edition, which featured a grim-faced Dumbledore being escorted into the ministry for sentencing. The headline blared, "Dumbledore's fate decided today. Wizengamot to sentence former headmaster for crimes against boy who lived. Potter advocates. Justice without vengeance." Harry slid onto the bench beside Padma Patil, who was reading the paper with a thoughtful expression. "They published your statement," she noted, pushing the paper toward him. "It's not what most people expected." Indeed, the prophet had printed Harry's words in full, highlighting his call for protective measures rather than punitive ones. The article, surprisingly balanced for Rita Skeeter, presented Harry's position as remarkably mature and philosophically nuanced. "Most victims would demand blood," Anthony Goldstein commented, reaching for the marmalade. "Especially after what he did to you." Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with the attention. "Vengeance wouldn't undo anything. I just want to make sure he can't hurt anyone else and then move on with my life." Padma gave him an approving nod. "Very Ravenclaw approach. Logical, forward-thinking. Let's hope the Wizengamot sees it the same way," Sully added. "My mother says the traditionalist faction is pushing hard for the kiss. They're afraid any lesser punishment leaves a possibility, however remote, of Dumbledore regaining influence someday. Harry focused on his breakfast, trying to ignore the whispers and glances from other tables. He meant what he wrote in his statement. He wanted to move beyond Dumbledore's shadow, to define himself by his own choices rather than by what had been done to him. Still, the weight of anticipation hung heavy as they waited for news of the sentencing. The first class of the day was potions, where Professor Snape seemed particularly tense. His usual caustic remarks were muted, his attention divided between supervising their boil-cure potion and occasionally glancing at the classroom door, as if expecting an interruption. That interruption came halfway through the lesson, when Professor Flitwick knocked and entered, his expression solemn. "Severus," he said quietly. "A moment, please." Snape nodded sharply. "Continue working. Miss Lee, monitor the class. Anyone causing disruption will serve detention until Christmas." As the professor spoke in hushed tones by the door, Harry tried to focus on his potion, carefully adding dried nettles to the cauldron. But when Flitwick's gaze found him across the room, he knew the conversation concerned him. "Mr. Potter," Snape called. "You're wanted in the headmistress's office. Take your things." Harry packed his bag with steady hands, though his heart raced. This had to be about Dumbledore's sentencing. "The verdict?" he asked once they were in the corridor. "Delivered 10 minutes ago," Flitwick confirmed, his voice uncharacteristically grave. "Madam Bones will explain everything. Your guardians have been notified and will arrive shortly." They walked in silence to the gargoyle guarding the headmistress's office. Inside, Harry found not just McGonagall and Madam Bones, but also Minister Fudge, looking uncomfortable in formal purple robes. "Ah, Mr. Potter," Fudge greeted with forced joviality. "Thank you for joining us on this historic day." "Historic indeed!" "Minister," Harry acknowledged coolly, still remembering Fudge's attempt to parade him before the press during his early days in the hospital wing. "Harry." Madam Bones stepped forward, her expression serious but satisfied. "The Wizengamot has reached its decision regarding Dumbledore's sentence. In a significant majority vote, they have chosen to follow your recommendation, permanent magical binding combined with exile from Britain." Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "When will it happen?" "The binding ritual is scheduled for noon today," Bones explained. "It's a complex procedure requiring multiple casters and extensive preparation. Once completed, Dumbledore will be escorted to the French border, where authorities have agreed to permit his residence under strict monitoring conditions. The man still has supporters internationally," Fudge added with a scowl. "Some countries offered sanctuary without restrictions, if you can believe it. Fortunately, the French ministry has been more reasonable." "The binding is permanent?" Harry pressed, needing to be certain. "He won't be able to use magic against anyone else?" "The ritual severs a wizard's connection to their magical core," McGonagall explained, her expression showing complex emotions: relief, sadness, lingering anger. "It's not the same as making someone a squib, who naturally lacks the ability to channel magic. This is an imposed restriction that prevents access to magical energies. He'll retain his knowledge, but be unable to implement it magically." The door opened to admit Andromeda and Ted Tonks, both dressed in formal robes. Andromeda immediately crossed to Harry, placing a supportive hand on his shoulder. "We came as soon as we received the message," she said. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Harry assured her. "Just processing everything." Minister Fudge has invited Harry to witness the binding ritual, Bones informed them, her tone suggesting she didn't entirely approve. "As Dumbledore's primary victim, he has the right to observe the sentence being carried out." "Absolutely not," Ted said firmly, his usually jovial expression hardening. "Harry's a child who's already been through enough trauma. Watching a man, however deserving, have his magic forcibly removed would be entirely inappropriate." "But the symbolic importance," Fudge began, "is irrelevant compared to Harry's well-being." Andromeda cut him off. "Minister, I understand the political value of having the boy who lived visibly present for this moment of justice, but we will not permit it." Harry felt a rush of gratitude toward his new guardians. They were protecting him not from information or choices, but from being used as a political prop, a distinction that made all the difference. Actually, he said carefully, I would like to speak with Dumbledore before the ritual. Not to watch the binding, but just to talk to him. There are things I need to ask him, things only he can answer. The adults exchanged concerned glances. What sorts of questions? McGonagall asked gently. Harry hesitated, then decided on honesty. About my mother's research. I found entries in her journal about a modified Fidelius charm she created, something with a secondary anchor tied to me. I think it might relate to how I survived Voldemort's attack. The reaction was immediate, Bones and McGonagall straightening with interest, Fudge flinching at Voldemort's name, and Andromeda's eyes narrowing thoughtfully. You believe Dumbledore might have knowledge of this charm? Andromeda asked. He was the one who found me after the attack, Harry reasoned. And he spent years studying what happened that night. It's in those journal entries we found. If anyone might know how my mother's protection worked, it would be him. The adults conferred quietly while Harry waited, Ted occasionally glancing over with a reassuring smile. Finally, Bones turned back to him. We believe a brief, supervised conversation might be permitted, she said. With strict conditions. Dumbledore will be magically restrained, and the meeting will be observed by myself, your guardians, and a ministry recorder. You may ask your questions, but if at any point he attempts to manipulate or distress you, the interview will end immediately. When would this happen? Andromeda asked. There's a window of opportunity before the ritual preparations intensify, Bones replied. Within the hour, if we move quickly. Harry nodded, feeling a strange calm despite the prospect of facing his former tormentor. I'm ready whenever you are. The ministry holding cells were deep beneath the main building, accessible through a series of heavily guarded checkpoints. Harry walked between Andromeda and Ted, with Madame Bones leading the way and two Aurors following behind. The stone corridors grew progressively colder and dimmer as they descended, until they reached a circular chamber with 7 doors arranged around its perimeter. Maximum security interrogation, Bones explained, approaching the central door. Used only for the most dangerous magical criminals. The room beyond was stark and functional, windowless, with spelled stone walls that seemed to absorb sound. In the center sat a single chair, upon which Albus Dumbledore was securely bound with glowing magical restraints. Despite his circumstances, he maintained a dignified posture, though his customary twinkle had dimmed to something more weary and resigned. His eyes fixed on Harry the moment they entered, a complex emotion flickering across his aged features, regret, perhaps, or calculation masked as remorse. Harry, he said softly, I confess I did not expect to see you again before my sentence is carried out. Mr. Potter has questions that only you can answer, Bones stated formally. He has been granted 10 minutes to speak with you, under strict supervision. You will address him respectfully and answer truthfully, or this interview will end immediately. Dumbledore inclined his head in acknowledgement. Of course. What would you like to know, Harry? Harry stepped forward, keeping a careful distance from the bound figure. Now that he was here, face to face with the architect of so much suffering, he found his carefully prepared questions momentarily forgotten. Instead, a more fundamental one escaped his lips. Why? Why did you do it? Not just 1 or 2 spells, but 89 different curses and bindings. Years of planning and manipulation. Why? Dumbledore sighed, the sound ancient and heavy. The simple answer, the one I've given the Wisengamot, is that I believed it necessary for the greater good. For the defeat of Voldemort. But you deserve more than simplistic justifications. He shifted slightly, the magical restraints adjusting automatically to his movement. I am a man who has lived too long and seen too much, Harry. I fought 2 Dark Lords in my lifetime. I watched idealism corrupt itself into tyranny. I witnessed how power, even power wielded with the best intentions, can destroy not just its targets but its wielder. When the prophecy emerged and Voldemort marked you, I saw patterns repeating. Another exceptionally powerful wizard, orphaned and destined for greatness. I convinced myself that controlling your development was the only way to ensure you wouldn't follow Tom Riddle's path. Or perhaps, though I'm ashamed to admit it, my own sister's. Your sister? Harry asked, caught off guard by the unexpected reference. A shadow passed over Dumbledore's face. Ariana. She died very young, her magic unstable and dangerous after a traumatic event. Uncontrolled magic can be devastatingly destructive, Harry. When I discovered the horcrux fragment in your scar, I believed that allowing your full magical potential to develop would strengthen Voldemort's influence over you. That's why you bound my magic? Because you thought I'd become another Voldemort? Partially, Dumbledore acknowledged. But there were other calculations. The prophecy speaks of a power the Dark Lord knows not. I interpreted this as love, the protective sacrifice your mother made. I feared that if you grew up in a wizarding household, aware of your fame and heritage, taught to value power and magical ability, as most wizarding families do, that capacity for selfless love might be diminished. So you sent me to be abused by the Dursleys? Harry asked incredulously. How would that foster love? A terrible miscalculation, Dumbledore admitted. I knew Petunia resented magic, but I believed she would overcome that resentment for her sister's child. I thought hardship would build character and resilience without destroying your capacity for compassion. I was gravely, unforgivably wrong. Harry shook his head, frustrated by the mix of seeming honesty and obvious omissions. And my mother's research? Her journal mentions a modified Fidelius charm with a secondary anchor tied to my blood. Did that have something to do with how I survived? Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, genuine surprise crossing his features. You found Lily's research journal? Remarkable. Yes, your mother was working on an adaptation of the Fidelius, though I never knew she had completed it. Brilliant witch, your mother, perhaps the most innovative charm worker of her generation. What did the charm do? The standard Fidelius conceals a secret, typically a location, within a single person, the secret keeper. Lily was attempting to create a version that could hide a person's essence, their magical signature, their very being, from hostile intent. If she succeeded. Dumbledore trailed off, lost in thought. If she succeeded? Harry prompted. It would explain much about what happened that night. Dumbledore continued. I always believed your survival was due to her sacrificial protection alone, but if she had also implemented this modified Fidelius with you as a secondary anchor, it would have been a powerful combination. When Voldemort killed her, the primary secret keeper, the charm would have transferred fully to you, essentially hiding your true magical essence from his killing curse. So it wasn't love that saved me? Harry asked, feeling oddly disappointed. Oh, it was love, Dumbledore corrected gently. The most profound kind. The sacrificial protection required her willingness to die in your place, a pure expression of maternal love. But your mother was not just loving, she was brilliant. She would have used every magical tool at her disposal, every ounce of her considerable knowledge, to protect you. Harry absorbed this, feeling a renewed connection to the mother he barely remembered, not just as a sacrifice, but as a powerful witch who had fought to protect him with both heart and mind. One last question, he said, aware that their time was growing short. The prophecy says I have power the Dark Lord knows not. You thought it was love. But now that my magic is unbound and the horcrux is gone, what do you think it means? Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully. I still believe love is part of the equation, Harry. Not merely emotional love, but the deeper magical principle it represents, the antithesis of the selfish power Voldemort pursues. But with your true magical nature now emerging. He hesitated. Perhaps the power he knows not is simply you, Harry. The authentic, unconstrained you, free to develop according to your own nature rather than anyone else's design, even mine. The door opened, and Madame Bones stepped forward. Time's up, Mr. Potter. Harry nodded, having received more insight than he'd expected. As he turned to leave, Dumbledore spoke once more. Harry, I know I have no right to ask anything of you, but I am truly sorry. Not merely for being caught, but for the harm I caused. I hope that someday, when the wounds are less raw, you might find it in yourself to understand, if never to forgive." Harry paused, considering his response carefully. "Understanding isn't the problem, Professor. I understand the logic of what you did. I even understand the fear that motivated you. What I can't accept is that you never gave me a chance, never even considered that I might make the right choices on my own, without being magically forced into them." He met the old wizard's gaze directly. "Goodbye, Professor Dumbledore. I hope your binding and exile give you time to reflect on the difference between controlling people and trusting them." With that, Harry left the cell, his guardians following close behind. He didn't look back to see Dumbledore's reaction, focusing instead on the path ahead, both literally and figuratively. "You handled that with remarkable composure," Andromeda commented as they made their way back through the ministry corridors. "I'm proud of you, Harry," Ted added. "That couldn't have been easy." "Actually, it was easier than I expected," Harry admitted. "He seems smaller somehow. Less intimidating. Power often creates an illusion of infallibility," Andromeda observed. "When that illusion shatters, what remains is just a person, flawed and finite like the rest of us." They emerged into the ministry's grand atrium, where reporters waited behind magical barriers, cameras flashing as they spotted Harry. Madame Bones efficiently guided them to a private flow connection, away from the press. "You'll return to Hogwarts for now," she instructed. "Once the binding ritual is complete, I'll send official confirmation." The Wizengamot has also approved substantial reparations from Dumbledore's personal estate, both to you, Harry, and to others harmed by his actions, including Sirius. "What will happen to Hogwarts now?" Harry asked, suddenly realizing the school remained without a permanent headmaster. "The Board of Governors meets tomorrow to appoint an interim head," Bones replied. "Professor McGonagall is the leading candidate, though there are other considerations being discussed. Regardless, substantial reforms are coming to ensure no future headmaster wields the kind of unchecked authority Dumbledore enjoyed." With final arrangements made for Harry to spend the upcoming weekend at the Tonks' home, they parted ways, Andromeda and Ted returning to their work, and Harry flew back to Hogwarts with a ministry escort. As the green flames whirled around him, Harry reflected on Dumbledore's final words. Understanding versus forgiveness. Trust versus control. These were distinctions he would need to consider carefully as he built his new life from the ashes of manipulation and deception. Word of Dumbledore's binding and exile spread quickly through Hogwarts. By dinnertime, the Daily Prophet had published a special edition describing the ritual in solemn, almost reverent tones, the first such binding performed on a British wizard in over a century. Photographs showed a grim-faced Dumbledore being escorted to the French border by international magical law enforcement, his once powerful presence diminished by the absence of his magic. The mood in the Great Hall was subdued, with students processing the finality of Dumbledore's downfall in different ways. At the Slytherin table, there seemed to be quiet satisfaction. Among the Hufflepuffs, solemn acceptance. The Gryffindors appeared conflicted, many having idolized the former headmaster despite his crimes. The Ravenclaws, true to form, were already analyzing the legal precedents and magical theory behind the binding ritual. Professor McGonagall rose to address the school as dinner concluded. Students and staff of Hogwarts. Today marks the conclusion of a difficult chapter in our school's history. Albus Dumbledore has received his sentence and departed Britain permanently. While we acknowledge the positive contributions he made over many decades, we must also recognize the serious harm his actions caused to members of our community. Her gaze briefly found Harry at the Ravenclaw table before continuing. Tomorrow, the Board of Governors will meet to determine Hogwarts' leadership going forward. Regardless of their decision, I want to assure you all that this institution's primary purpose remains unchanged, providing the finest magical education in a safe, nurturing environment where each student can develop their full potential. She paused, her expression softening slightly. In the spirit of new beginnings, I am pleased to announce that the traditional Halloween feast next week will be followed by a special magical display organized by our Charms and Transfiguration departments. Professor Flitwick has promised it will rival the finest professional exhibitions." The announcement generated excitement, temporarily displacing the somber mood. As students began filing out of the Great Hall, Harry found himself approached by Ron Weasley, who had been uncharacteristically quiet since the revelation about Scabbers/Pettigrew. "Harry," Ron said awkwardly, falling into step beside him. "Got a minute?" "Sure," Harry agreed, curious about what the redhead wanted. They moved to a quiet alcove near the entrance hall, away from the main flow of students. Ron shuffled his feet nervously before finally meeting Harry's gaze. "I wanted to say I'm sorry," he blurted. "About everything, the compulsion charm Dumbledore put on you about my family. The whole mess with Scabbers being Pettigrew, all of it. I had no idea about any of it, I swear." "I know you didn't," Harry assured him. "None of it was your fault, Ron." "Still," Ron persisted, "it's weird, isn't it? Thinking our friendship might have been influenced by some spell. Makes you wonder what's real and what isn't." Harry had wrestled with the same question in the weeks since the compulsion charm's discovery. "I've thought about that a lot," he admitted. "But Professor Flitwick explained that compulsions can only enhance feelings that already exist. They can't create genuine connections from nothing. So maybe we would have become friends anyway." Ron brightened slightly. "Yeah? You think so?" "I do," Harry nodded. "Look, I'm in Ravenclaw now, and you're in Gryffindor, so we won't be together all the time like we might have been. But that doesn't mean we can't be friends." "I'd like that," Ron said, looking relieved. "Maybe we could play chess sometime? I'm pretty good, if I say so myself. Fair warning, I'm terrible." Harry laughed. "But yeah, I'd like that." As they parted ways, Harry felt another small piece of his new life falling into place. Friendship with Ron might develop differently than Dumbledore had planned, but it would be genuine, chosen rather than compelled. Later that evening, Harry sat in the Ravenclaw common room, sharing what he'd learned from Dumbledore with a select group who had become something of a study circle: Terry Boot, Padma Patil, Sully, and occasionally Anthony Goldstein. They had been helping him research his mother's charm work, combining their different strengths to understand the complex magical theory involved. A modified Fidelius that hides a person's essence rather than a location. Padma mused, making notes on a piece of parchment. That's incredibly advanced magic. Most adult wizards can't even cast the standard Fidelius. And adding a secondary anchor, that's the really innovative part. Terry added. If the original Secret Keeper died, the charm would transfer fully to you instead of breaking. Which explains why Voldemort's killing curse rebounded. Sue theorized. It couldn't find the true Harry Potter because his essence was hidden by the Fidelius, with Harry himself as the anchor. But how does that interact with the sacrificial protection Dumbledore always emphasized? Anthony wondered. Two separate protections, or components of a single, complex defensive system? Harry considered this, recalling his mother's journal entries. I think they were designed to work together. The sacrificial magic created a powerful shield, while the modified Fidelius made me essentially unplottable to Voldemort's magic. His killing curse couldn't find its target properly. We should show your mother's research to Professor Flitwick, Padma suggested. If anyone can understand the charm mechanics, it would be him. Harry nodded in agreement. Seeking help didn't come naturally after years of enforced self-reliance, but he was learning to accept that some challenges were better faced with allies. His mother had been brilliant, but even she had worked within a community of skilled wizards and witches, building on shared knowledge. As the common room emptied and students headed for their dormitories, Harry remained by the fire, his mother's journal open on his lap. He traced her handwriting with his finger, feeling connected to her across time and space. She hadn't just died for him, she had lived for him, using her extraordinary magical talent to create protections that continued to safeguard him a decade later. Your mother was truly exceptional, came Professor Flitwick's voice from behind him. The tiny charms master had approached silently, his expression warm as he gazed at the journal. Her charm work was revolutionary, always finding new applications, new combinations that no one else had considered. I wish I could have known her, Harry said quietly. Really known her, not just through stories and journals. You honor her memory by discovering her work, Flitwick assured him. And by developing your own magical talents, which I suspect may rival hers in time. He gestured to the empty seat beside Harry. May I? Harry nodded, and Flitwick settled into the chair, his feet barely touching the ground. I wanted to inform you privately before the official announcement tomorrow. The Board of Governors has decided to offer me the position of interim headmaster. That's brilliant! Harry exclaimed. Congratulations, Professor. Thank you, though it's not yet official. Flitwick smiled. Professor McGonagall was the obvious first choice, but she declined, preferring to remain as Transfiguration Professor and head of Gryffindor. She feels, and I agree, that Hogwarts needs stability in its core teaching positions after so much upheaval. You'll be an excellent headmaster, Harry said sincerely. Everyone respects you. Most kind, Mr. Potter. There will be challenges, certainly. Rebuilding trust, implementing reforms, addressing the issues that allowed Dumbledore's excesses to go unchecked for so long. Flitwick's expression grew serious. Which brings me to my question. How would you feel about continuing our specialized training once I assume the headmaster's duties? I would understand completely if you preferred to work with someone else. Harry considered this carefully. I'd like to continue with you, if that's possible. But won't you be too busy as headmaster? For most students, perhaps. Flitwick acknowledged. But your situation is unique, Harry. Your magical development requires specialized guidance, and I confess I'm academically fascinated by the process. We could meet twice weekly instead of daily, quality over quantity. I'd like that. Harry agreed, relieved that this important connection wouldn't be severed. And Remus, Mr. Lupin, has offered to provide correspondence lessons in defense against the dark arts. Between the two of you and my regular classes. A solid educational foundation. Flitwick nodded approvingly. And speaking of foundations, might I examine your mother's journal? Her modified Fidelius could represent a significant advancement in charm theory. Harry handed over the journal, watching as Flitwick reverently turned the pages, his expression growing increasingly impressed as he absorbed Lily Potter's notes and diagrams. Extraordinary, he murmured. The integration of blood magic with the Fidelius framework, the recursive anchor design. This isn't merely innovative, it's revolutionary. With your permission, Harry, I'd like to study this more thoroughly. There may be applications beyond personal protection, securing magical heritage sites, protecting endangered magical species. My mother would have wanted her work to help others, Harry said. Just make sure she gets the credit, not Dumbledore or anyone else who might try to claim it. Absolutely. Flitwick agreed firmly. Lily Evans Potter's contribution will be properly acknowledged in any academic publication or practical application. As they discussed the journal further, Harry felt a growing sense of purpose. His mother's legacy wouldn't be limited to her sacrifice on that terrible Halloween night. Her brilliant mind would continue to influence magical theory and practice for generations to come. And Harry himself would be part of carrying that legacy forward, not as a passive beneficiary but as an active steward of her innovations. The following weeks brought significant changes to Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick was officially installed as interim headmaster, with Professor Septima Vector taking over charms instruction. The diminutive former dueling champion immediately set about implementing reforms, starting with a complete overhaul of the school's ward system, which had been disproportionately controlled by the headmaster's office under Dumbledore. Security should be a shared responsibility, Flitwick announced at his first staff meeting, with appropriate checks and balances. No single person, myself included, should have exclusive control over Hogwarts' defenses. The Halloween feast, traditionally a highlight of the Hogwarts calendar, carried additional significance this year. For Harry, it marked the 10th anniversary of his parents' deaths and Voldemort's defeat, events now framed in new light by all he had learned about his mother's protective magic. At Andromeda's suggestion, he had arranged a private memorial service that morning, attended by his growing circle of supporters. The Tonks's Sirius, granted a day pass from St. Mungo's, Remus, Professors McGonagall and Snape, and Madame Bones. They gathered in a small courtyard, where Flitwick had conjured an elegant stone memorial bearing James and Lily's names. Each person shared memories or reflections, McGonagall recounting James's transfiguration talent, Snape reluctantly acknowledging Lily's brilliance at potions, Sirius telling stories that made everyone laugh despite the solemn occasion. They weren't perfect, Remus said softly as the ceremony concluded. James could be arrogant, Lily stubborn. But they were brave and loyal and brilliant, and they loved you more than anything in this world, Harry. The best way to honor them, Andromeda added, is to live fully and freely, making your own choices with the courage they showed. Harry placed a lily and a sprig of holly on the memorial, the symbols of his parents somehow fitting for the witch who had mastered protective charms and the wizard renowned for transfiguration. I won't let Dumbledore's manipulation or Voldemort's shadow define my life, he promised quietly. Whatever comes next, I'll face it as myself, not as anyone's weapon or symbol. The memorial provided a sense of closure that made the evening's feast easier to enjoy. Harry sat with his Ravenclaw classmates, appreciating their respectful understanding of the day's significance without morbid fascination. When Flitwick announced the promised magical display, the great hall's ceiling transformed into an extraordinary canvas of light and color. Complex illusions danced across the enchanted sky, phoenixes soared through star patterns, dragons breathed shimmering fire that resolved into musical notes, and ancient runes formed and reformed into moving scenes from magical history. The display culminated in a breathtaking recreation of Hogwarts itself, rendered in golden light above their heads, with the school motto, Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandis, spelled out in silver stars. A new beginning, Flitwick's magically amplified voice declared as the illusion faded. Honoring our past while looking toward a brighter future. The weekend after Halloween brought Harry's first visit to the Tonks' home, a comfortable country house with extensive gardens surrounded by protective wards. The building itself combined wizarding and muggle elements seamlessly, with magical photographs alongside electric lamps, enchanted kitchen implements beside a television set. Best of both worlds, Ted explained as he showed Harry around. Andromeda adapted surprisingly well to muggle conveniences, says some of them are more practical than their magical equivalents. The microwave oven in particular, Andromeda acknowledged with a smile. Far more reliable than heating charms for certain foods. Harry's room, not a bedroom but a suite, really, had been prepared with thoughtful attention to detail. Bookshelves held a mix of magical and muggle literature, a desk by the window overlooked the garden, and the walls had been painted a soothing blue reminiscent of Ravenclaw colors. Most touching was the collection of photographs on the bedside table, Harry's parents on their wedding day, baby Harry with Sirius, and a recent picture of Harry with the Tonkses taken at Hogwarts. We wanted you to have your own space, Andromeda explained as Harry explored the room. Somewhere that feels like yours, that you can personalize however you like. It's perfect, Harry said sincerely, running his fingers along the spines of books that included both wizarding texts and muggle classics. After a lifetime of hand-me-downs and cupboards under stairs, having a space designed specifically for him felt like an extraordinary luxury. The weekend established patterns that would characterize Harry's new home life: quiet meals together where his opinion was sought and valued, space for both independence and connection, and an environment that nurtured his developing magical abilities without defining him solely by them. On Saturday afternoon, Sirius and Remus visited, bringing news of Sirius's improving health and his plans for the future. The mind healers say I'm making excellent progress, he reported, looking notably healthier than during their previous meetings. Another month of intensive treatment, then I'll transition to weekly sessions while living at home. Well, not Grimmauld Place if I can help it. That mausoleum holds too many bad memories. We've discussed Sirius possibly taking a cottage on our property, Andromeda told Harry. Close enough for regular contact but with independence for both households. How would you feel about that arrangement? I'd like that, Harry said immediately, warming to the idea of having both his godfather and the Tonkses in his daily life. And I've accepted a position with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Remus added. Not as an Auror, my condition precludes that, but in the investigative division. Madame Bones is implementing significant reforms following the revelations about Dumbledore and Sirius's wrongful imprisonment. That's brilliant, Harry said, genuinely pleased for the man who had struggled with employment due to his lycanthropy. Will you still be able to provide those defense lessons you mentioned? Absolutely, Remus assured him. In fact, being at the Ministry gives me access to training resources that will make the lessons even more comprehensive. We can focus on practical defensive magic, not just the theory covered in school. As the adults discussed the practical arrangements, Harry reflected on how quickly his support system had grown, from isolation at the Dursleys to a network of people invested in his well-being. The contrast couldn't have been starker. Sunday afternoon brought another significant development when Neville Longbottom arrived for tea, accompanied by his formidable grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. The visit had been arranged by Andromeda, who explained the connection to Harry beforehand. Neville was the other child potentially referenced in the prophecy. She told him. His parents, Frank and Alice, were close friends of your parents and fellow Order members. They were tortured into insanity by Death Eaters shortly after Voldemort's defeat, leaving Neville in his grandmother's care. The tea was initially awkward, with Neville painfully shy and Augusta Longbottom rigidly formal. But as conversation progressed, touching on their parents' friendship and shared history, both boys began to relax. Gran says our mums were in the same study group at Hogwarts, Neville mentioned as they explored the garden together after tea. Herbology and potions, mainly. That makes sense, Harry nodded. From her journals, my mum seemed brilliant at both, especially how magical plants could be used in protective potions. That's what I'm interested in too, Neville admitted, brightening as he touched on his favorite subject. Herbology, I mean. I'm rubbish at most magic, but plants make sense to me. Maybe not rubbish at magic, Harry suggested carefully. Have you ever been checked for magical bindings? After what Dumbledore did to me? Neville's eyes widened. You think he might have to me too? It's possible. Especially if you were the other potential prophecy child. Might be worth having Madame Pomfrey run a diagnostic scan when we get back to school. The idea clearly disturbed and intrigued Neville in equal measure. By the time the Longbottoms departed, tentative plans had been made for Neville to join Harry at the Tonkses during the Christmas holidays, and Augusta had agreed to investigate potential magical interference with her grandson's development. That was well handled, Andromeda commented after their guests left. Neville needs confidence more than anything else. Having a friend who believes in his potential could make all the difference. I just thought, if Dumbledore manipulated me, he might have done something to Neville too, Harry explained. Especially if we were both mentioned in the prophecy. A logical conclusion, Andromeda agreed. And a kind one, to suggest it in a way that offered hope rather than creating fear. Harry hadn't thought of it as kindness, merely as practical problem-solving, but he appreciated her perspective. Perhaps this was part of what Dumbledore had never understood, that empathy and logic weren't opposing forces but complementary ones, each strengthening the other when properly balanced. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Harry found himself facing a new challenge, his rapidly accelerating magical development outpacing even the specialized curriculum Flitwick had designed. Spells that should have been difficult for fifth years came naturally to him, while maintaining precise control for simpler magic sometimes proved frustrating. It's like trying to use a fire hose to fill a teacup, he complained during a specialized training session with McGonagall. I can manage big, powerful spells more easily than small, precise ones. Not uncommon when magical growth occurs rapidly rather than gradually, McGonagall explained, watching him struggle to transform a matchstick into a needle without simultaneously transfiguring everything else on the desk. Your magic is seeking outlets proportionate to its strength. We need to develop your finesse. She conjured a crystal goblet filled with water. Attempt to levitate a single drop, just one, from the goblet to this saucer. Harry focused intently, trying to channel just a trickle of magic through his modified wand. Wingardium Leviosa, he whispered, concentrating on a single water droplet. Instead of one drop rising, the entire contents of the goblet surged upward, hovering in a wobbly sphere before splashing back down. Again, McGonagall instructed calmly. Visualize not just what you want to move, but exactly how much magic is required. Like adjusting a tap, not on or off, but precisely regulated. It took 17 attempts before Harry successfully lifted a single droplet. By then, he was sweating with concentration, but the achievement felt more significant than many of the more impressive feats he'd recently mastered. Excellent, McGonagall approved. This is the control you need to develop, the ability to modulate your output precisely according to the task. Power without precision is merely spectacle. Together, they become mastery. Similar exercises filled his specialized training sessions, lighting a single candle without igniting the others in a row, transfiguring one petal of a flower while leaving the rest unchanged, casting a warming charm on a cup of tea without affecting the saucer beneath it. Gradually, Harry's control improved, his magic responding more precisely to his intentions. Meanwhile, his regular classes presented the opposite challenge, restraining his abilities to avoid outshining his classmates so dramatically that it disrupted their learning. At Flitwick's suggestion, Harry began practicing nonverbal casting in standard classes, adding an appropriate level of challenge while allowing his classmates to focus on the verbal spells they were meant to be learning. The goal isn't to hide your abilities, Flitwick explained, but to create an environment where everyone can progress at their own pace without feeling hopelessly outclassed or becoming dependent on your assistance. This balance, developing his full potential while remaining integrated with his peer group, became Harry's ongoing project. His Ravenclaw housemates helped significantly, treating his advanced abilities as an interesting academic phenomenon rather than something alienating or intimidating. They incorporated his progress into their study sessions, with Harry demonstrating more complex applications of the theories they were learning. It's actually brilliant having you show us where these basic principles lead, Terry commented during one such session. Makes the foundational stuff more interesting when we can see the advanced applications. Like having a walking, talking preview of NEWT level magic, Padma agreed. Though I still beat you in astronomy, Potter, so don't get too smug. This good-natured competitiveness helped normalize Harry's situation, making his accelerated development feel less isolating. Similarly, his budding friendships with Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom, based on shared interests rather than shared classes, provided connections outside the academic intensity of Ravenclaw. True to his suspicions, Neville's diagnostic skin revealed 5 binding charms limiting his magical output, nowhere near Harry's 89 curses, but significant nonetheless. The bindings were successfully removed by the same team that had treated Harry, though with considerably less dramatic results. My magic feels clearer somehow, Neville reported afterward. Not necessarily stronger, but more accessible. And my dad's wand doesn't feel so awkward anymore. Your dad's wand? Harry questioned. You're using a wand that wasn't matched to you. Neville flushed. Gran wanted me to use it to honor his memory. But Professor McGonagall suggested I might need my own after the bindings were removed. We're going to Ollivander's during Christmas break. This combination of removing artificial limitations and providing proper tools seemed to be the recurring theme of Harry's first term at Hogwarts. For himself, for Neville, and increasingly for the school as a whole under Flitwick's leadership. The interim headmaster had systematically identified and reformed practices that had limited students' development, or created unnecessary divisions, from the house point system to the accessibility of educational resources. As November progressed toward December, another change manifested in Harry's life: physical training to complement his magical development. The idea came from Sirius, who visited Hogwarts during a weekend leave from St. Mungo's. James always said magic flows better through a fit body, he explained while watching one of Harry's dueling practice sessions. That's why Quidditch players often make good duelists. The physical conditioning helps channel magical energy more efficiently. With Flitwick's approval, Harry began a regimen combining magical and physical training, guided remotely by Sirius and implemented by Madame Hooch. Early morning runs around the lake, specialized stretching exercises to improve wand movement fluidity, and core strengthening to enhance magical stability soon became part of his daily routine. The combined approach yielded noticeable improvements in Harry's magical control and stamina. By early December, he could maintain complex charms for extended periods without fatigue and transition between different types of magic with increasing smoothness. "Your father would be incredibly proud," Sirius told him during a mirror call one evening. "And probably a bit jealous, if I'm honest. You're progressing faster than he did," and James was considered a prodigy. The comparison to his father, not as a burden of expectation but as a point of connection, warmed Harry deeply. He was forging his own path, but the knowledge that it would have earned his parents' approval provided additional motivation. The approach of Christmas brought anticipation of Harry's first real holiday celebration. The Dursleys had always excluded him from their festivities as much as possible, making the season a time of heightened isolation rather than joy. This year would be entirely different, with 2 weeks at the Tonks' home, visits from Sirius, now released from St. Mungo's for outpatient treatment, and even a few days with Neville joining them. Before the holidays, however, came an unexpected development. Professor Quirrell, the stammering defense against the dark arts teacher, disappeared abruptly one weekend in mid-December, leaving only a hastily scribbled resignation letter citing health concerns. His quarters were found empty of personal possessions, as if he'd planned his departure well in advance. "Most irregular," Flitwick commented during the staff meeting Harry accidentally overheard while waiting for his training session. "And concerning, given the protections we're still dismantling around certain artifacts Dumbledore was safeguarding. You don't think Quirrell was after the stone?" McGonagall asked, her voice sharp with concern. "The timing is suspicious," Snape's silky tone replied. "Leaving immediately after we relocated the item to Gringotts, before the additional monitoring charms were implemented? It suggests he knew his opportunity had passed." Harry, waiting outside Flitwick's office, absorbed this information with growing alarm. A Philosopher's Stone, presumably the one created by Nicholas Flamel, which Harry had read about in his independent studies, had been hidden at Hogwarts? And Quirrell might have been trying to steal it? The implications were disturbing, particularly when connected to the odd headaches Harry had occasionally experienced in Quirrell's presence before the horcrux removal. When Flitwick emerged and found Harry there, he sighed at the boy's obvious awareness of the conversation. "You heard, I presume? About the Philosopher's Stone and Professor Quirrell?" "Yes, sir," Harry admitted. Was he working for Voldemort?" Flitwick's eyebrows shot up. "What makes you ask that specifically?" "My scar used to hurt sometimes during his classes," Harry explained. "Before the horcrux was removed. And if the stone can create the elixir of life, it would be a means for Voldemort to regain physical form," Flitwick concluded, looking troubled. "A concerningly logical deduction, Mr. Potter." "We don't have proof, but Professors Snape and McGonagall share your suspicion. Quirrell's behavior had become increasingly erratic in recent weeks." "Is the stone safe now?" "Yes, relocated to a high-security vault at Gringotts with additional protections designed by Nicholas Flamel himself. The goblins have also implemented specialized detection wards around the vault to identify anyone attempting entry under magical disguise or influence." Harry nodded, relieved but still concerned. If Voldemort was involved, if he's actively trying to return, what does that mean for the prophecy? "For me?" Flitwick considered the question carefully before responding. "It means we must accelerate certain aspects of your training, Mr. Potter. Not to place undue burden on you, but to ensure you have every possible advantage should confrontation become unavoidable. I'll speak with your guardians about modifying your holiday study program accordingly." This practical approach, acknowledging the threat while focusing on actionable preparation rather than fear, helped Harry process the unsettling news. Unlike Dumbledore, who had manipulated from the shadows while keeping Harry ignorant. Flitwick and his new guardians involved him in decisions that affected his safety and future. The last week of term brought another significant development when Madame Bones visited Hogwarts with an update on the investigation into Voldemort's past. Following leads from Dumbledore's personal records, we've identified something disturbing. She informed Harry, Flitwick, and the Tonkses during a private meeting in the headmaster's office. The horcrux in your scar wasn't Voldemort's only attempt at immortality. Evidence suggests he created multiple such soul vessels. Multiple horcruxes? Andromeda looked horrified. That's unprecedented. The magical and psychological damage from even one such ritual is catastrophic. How many? Harry asked, cutting to the heart of the matter. Dumbledore's notes suggest he intended to create 6, making his soul a symbolic 7 parts, including the portion in his primary body. Bones replied grimly. We've confirmed 2 were already destroyed, the fragment from your scar and a diary that was in Lucius Malfoy's possession, seized during a recent raid on Malfoy Manor. The Department of Mysteries is working to identify and locate the others. So even if Quirrell was working for Voldemort and failed to get the stone, there are still pieces of him out there. Harry clarified. And while they exist, he can't truly die. That is our understanding. Bones confirmed. However, this knowledge gives us an advantage his previous opponents lacked. We know what to look for and how to destroy these objects when found. The prophecy said I have the power to vanquish him, Harry said quietly. Does that mean I'm the only one who can destroy these horcruxes? Not necessarily, Flitwick interjected. The prophecy specifies that you have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord himself, not that you are the only one capable of destroying his horcruxes. Indeed, the diary was neutralized by Department of Mysteries specialists with no direct involvement from you. This distinction provided some relief. Harry was willing to face his role in Voldemort's ultimate defeat, but the thought of being solely responsible for hunting scattered soul fragments across Britain was daunting. We're establishing a specialized task force, Bones continued. Top unspeakables, curse breakers, magical historians, and tracking experts working together to locate and neutralize the remaining horcruxes. Your involvement, Harry, will be limited to consultation when specifically necessary, not field operations. And you'll be kept informed of significant developments. Andromeda added firmly. No more secrets or manipulations. You deserve to know what's happening, but not to bear the full weight of adult responsibilities. Finding this balance, between inclusion and protection, between acknowledging Harry's central role and respecting his youth, characterized the approach his new support system consistently took. Unlike Dumbledore, who had alternately sheltered and exploited him, they sought to prepare him appropriately while preserving as much normalcy as possible. With these serious matters addressed, attention turned to more immediate concerns: the substitute defense against the dark arts professor who would complete the year, a retired Auror named Williamson, Harry's holiday study schedule, balance between magical training and proper relaxation, and the Christmas gifts Harry wanted to purchase for his newfound family and friends. I've never really given Christmas presents before, he admitted somewhat shyly to Andromeda. The Dursleys didn't. Well, they never included me in that. We'll make a day of it in Diagon Alley, she promised. Ted's quite the shopping enthusiast, knows all the best shops, both magical and muggle. As term ended and students prepared to depart for the holidays, Harry found himself experiencing something entirely new, genuine anticipation of Christmas rather than dread. He would be returning not to Privet Drive's cold neglect but to a home where he was genuinely wanted, to celebrate with people who cared for him as a person rather than a burden or a weapon. The Hogwarts Express journey felt different too. Instead of facing weeks of isolation, Harry sat with friends who made plans to ride over the break and exchange gifts. Ron taught him wizard chess basics, thoroughly trouncing him in practice games. Neville discussed their upcoming holiday visit, and Padma shared Indian magical holiday traditions her family maintained alongside British customs. King's Cross Station was crowded with families reuniting, the platform alive with greetings and embraces. For the first time, Harry had someone waiting specifically for him, Ted Tonks stood by the barrier, beaming broadly as Harry emerged from the train. "There's our Ravenclaw!" he called cheerfully, helping with Harry's trunk. "Andromeda's securing the portkey home, far more civilized than battling holiday traffic, though I do miss driving sometimes." As they made their way through the crowd, Harry caught sight of the Dursleys collecting Dudley nearby. His cousin had apparently returned from Smeltings for the holidays, looking even larger than when Harry had last seen him. For a moment, Uncle Vernon's gaze met Harry's across the platform, the large man's face purpling with a complex mix of anger, fear, and something that might have been shame. Rather than the anxiety such encounters had always triggered before, Harry felt only a detached sort of pity. The Dursleys, with their desperate normalcy and petty cruelties, seemed smaller somehow, less intimidating, less significant in his life's landscape. Ted, noticing the direction of Harry's gaze, asked quietly, "Your relatives?" "Yes," Harry confirmed. "But they don't matter anymore." "No," Ted agreed, placing a supportive hand on Harry's shoulder. "They certainly don't. Ready to head home?" Home. The word resonated with new meaning. Not a place where he was merely tolerated, not a strategic placement for someone else's plans, but a genuine home where he belonged. "Yes," Harry said, turning decisively away from the Dursleys. "I'm ready." Christmas at the Tonks' home exceeded all of Harry's expectations. The house was decorated with both magical and Muggle traditions. Enchanted fairy lights twinkled alongside electric strands. Animated miniature reindeer pranced across mantels beside traditional nutcrackers, and the tree featured both color-changing ornaments and delicate glass balls passed down through Ted's family. "The best of both worlds," Ted explained as he adjusted an ornament that was attempting to rearrange itself on the tree. "Like most things in our household." The holiday shopping expedition to Diagon Alley was an experience in itself. With Sirius and an Auror escort joining them for security, Harry explored the Wizarding shopping district with new eyes, not as the overwhelmed boy who had first visited with Hagrid, but as someone beginning to find his place in the magical world. Selecting gifts proved both challenging and rewarding. For Ted and Andromeda, he chose a matched set of enchanted gardening tools, having noticed their shared enthusiasm for the extensive gardens surrounding their home. For Sirius, he found a leather-bound edition of Practical Defensive Magic and its Use Against the Dark Arts, inscribed with a personal note acknowledging his godfather's ongoing guidance. Remus received a specialized case for organizing correspondence lesson materials, enhanced with preservation charms for the wolfsbane potion ingredients he needed to transport monthly. For his friends, Harry selected gifts matching their interests: a rare herbology text for Neville, a self-updating astronomy chart for Padma, a deluxe wizard chess set for Ron, and various books or magical items for his other Ravenclaw classmates. Even Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Snape received carefully considered tokens of appreciation: a collection of obscure dueling techniques from Eastern Europe for Flitwick, Scottish-themed transfiguration patterns for McGonagall, and rare potions ingredients for Snape. "You've put remarkable thought into each gift," Andromeda observed as they wrapped the presents together, using both magical and manual methods. "That's a gift in itself, the attention to what matters to each person." Christmas morning itself brought Harry's first experience of a proper family celebration. Stockings hung by the fireplace, including one with his name embroidered on it. A magnificent breakfast preceded the opening of gifts, and the day unfolded with a relaxed rhythm of food, conversation, games, and comfortable togetherness. The gifts Harry received overwhelmed him with their thoughtfulness. From the Tonkses, a complete set of new clothing, both wizarding and Muggle, all precisely his size and of excellent quality. From Sirius, a racing broom, the new Nimbus 2000, with a note expressing confidence that Harry would make the Ravenclaw team next year. From Remus, a comprehensive defense against the dark arts library, shrunk to fit in a specialized case that would expand each book to full size when needed. His friends' gifts showed equal consideration: magical plants from Neville, strategy books from Ron, an elegant quill set from Padma. Even the Hogwarts professors had sent tokens: Flitwick a set of specialized dueling robes that would grow with him, McGonagall a transfiguration puzzle box containing family photographs she'd collected from various Order members, and most surprisingly, Snape a potion-making kit of professional quality with a terse note acknowledging Harry's acceptable progress, despite his unfortunate propensity for showmanship. High praise indeed from the taciturn potions master. The day culminated in a magnificent dinner, with Sirius, Remus, and several other guests joining them. Nymphadora Tonks, Andromeda and Ted's daughter, who insisted everyone call her Tonks, entertained the table by morphing her features into increasingly outlandish configurations, her metamorphomagus abilities providing constant amusement. "So you're my little cousin now, huh?" she said to Harry, her hair shifting from pink to blue as she considered him. "Good addition to the family." "We needed more troublemakers to balance out Mum's respectable influence." Nymphadora. Andromeda sighed. "Please don't encourage inappropriate behavior." "It's not inappropriate if you don't get caught," Sirius stage whispered to Harry, earning a glare from Andromeda and a barely suppressed smile from Ted. The easy banter, the shared laughter, the sense of belonging to something larger than himself, all were new experiences for Harry. He absorbed them quietly, participating but also observing, filing away memories to revisit in quieter moments. This, he realized, was what family should be, not the rigid conformity of the Dursleys or the manipulative control of Dumbledore, but a flexible, supportive framework that accommodated individuality while providing stability. The days following Christmas brought another new experience when Neville joined them for a 3-day visit. With his new wand, cherry and unicorn hair, 13 inches, and free from magical bindings, Neville showed hints of the confident wizard he might become, especially when the conversation turned to herbology or magical plants. "You should see his practical work in the greenhouses," Harry told the adults as they watched Neville confidently repotting a tricky magical orchid Andromeda had been struggling with. "Professor Sprout says he has the best natural talent she's seen in decades." "Different kinds of intelligence, different kinds of magic," Ted observed. "The wizarding world puts too much emphasis on flashy spellwork and not enough on equally valuable skills like herbology or healing." This perspective, valuing diverse talents rather than measuring everyone against a single standard, was another refreshing difference from Harry's previous experiences. At the Dursleys, Dudley's brutish physicality had been the only value trait. At Hogwarts under Dumbledore, house divisions had reinforced narrow definitions of worthiness. Here, individual strengths were recognized and celebrated in their own right. The final highlight of the holiday period came on New Year's Eve, when Sirius officially moved into the refurbished cottage on the Tonks' property. Though still attending regular therapy sessions at St. Mungo's, he had been deemed sufficiently recovered for independent living, with the proximity to the Tonks' providing both support for him and appropriate supervision for his interactions with Harry. "Not exactly how your parents envisioned your upbringing," Sirius acknowledged as they toured the cottage together. "But I think they'd approve of the arrangement. You have stability with Andromeda and Ted, plus regular contact with your reprobate godfather without being subjected to my questionable housekeeping skills full-time." "It's perfect," Harry assured him, meaning it completely. The arrangement combined structure and freedom, connection and independence, in proportions that felt right for everyone involved. Unlike the rigid plans Dumbledore had imposed, this living situation had evolved organically to meet actual needs rather than theoretical ideals. As midnight approached and the new year beckoned, Harry stood in the garden with his newfound family, waiting to cast the traditional New Year's Lumos charm, a wizarding custom where light spells launched at the stroke of midnight symbolized hopes for the coming year. "Ready, everyone?" Ted called as his enchanted pocket watch counted down the final seconds. 3, 2, 1, Lumos Maxima. Multiple voices called out in unison, wands raised to the star-filled sky. Harry's spell, controlled yet powerful, joined the others, a beam of pure white light shooting upward to merge with the collective illumination. The combined magic hung above them for several heartbeats, a constellation of human creation mingling with the ancient light of distant stars. In that moment of suspended luminescence, Harry felt a profound sense of rightness. The path ahead still held challenges: Voldemort's eventual return, the prophecy's fulfillment, the ongoing process of claiming his own identity beyond others' expectations. But for the first time, he wouldn't face these challenges alone or unequipped. He had family, friends, mentors, and growing mastery of his own remarkable gifts. The lights slowly faded from the sky, but their afterimage remained, a fitting metaphor, Harry thought, for the transformation of his life. From darkness into light. From manipulation into choice. From weapon into person. Whatever the future held, he would meet it on his own terms, not as the boy who lived or the prophecy's chosen one, but simply as Harry Potter, a young wizard discovering who he truly was meant to be, free from the 89 curses that had constrained him for so long. As the New Year's first minutes ticked by and his family gathered around him in celebration, Harry embraced the freedom that had been denied him for a decade, the freedom to write his own story, one choice at a time. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.